Dive deep into the realm of the unexplained. Paranormal M is your window to a universe filled with paranormal activity and supernatural occurrences. Don't miss out on our fascinating content. Subscribe and hit the notification bell today. Glimpses of the future. Sometimes when I'm not focusing on anything or just zoning out, I get a first-person perspective look at the environment. Like me standing in a certain place while a certain thing is happening. It's not like I'm actually there, I just see it in my mind's eye. I don't think anything of it until days later when I find myself in the exact position I envisioned before, with the exact same thing happening. It's an intense feeling of déjà vu, because I'm a skeptic. I don't write any of the images that I get down, because there's plenty of them that don't come true right away. And then I think that maybe I'm just thinking of common environments and then I go there. But when the thing I envisioned happens, I can always tell. It's more than déjà vu. It's like getting chills or sense of being unnerved. Why do I feel this way if I'm not even convinced what's happening is real? Sometimes I can remember exactly when I envisioned it, and sometimes I just get the unnerving feeling, and I know that I must have seen it at some point, even if I've forgotten when. The strange part about this is that I talked to my biological mother about it years ago, and she says the exact same thing happens to her. I haven't brought it up since then, but I'm going to. Unexplainable noises. For the past 3 days, I've been sleeping in my car at night. I want to get used to it for when I travel around the States. And I've been noticing strange noises happening in the right side of my driver of my car. Without the noises even happening, I've been feeling unsafe, as if my life is at risk. I think that fear is linked to me feeling a little bit vulnerable sleeping inside of a vehicle in a large town. I'm sure the quote-unquote van life folk felt that for a little bit too. At around 5 in the morning, I would hear 2 human footsteps on gravel. I've been sleeping in parking lots where no gravel is present. Weird, but whatever. And now at around 6 a.m. or 7 a.m. for the past 2 days, I've heard the sound of a van door open, click into a locking mechanism, and 1 foot step on gravel. The sound of that is incredibly close and happened on the described side of the vehicle, the driver's side. When this first happened, I shot up and looked around to find not even a single vehicle or a person next to my car, and the parking lot empty. Last night, I parked near a campground called Lincoln Beach Campground. It's right next to Utah Lake. I parked the right side of the car next to a thick wooden fence, not thinking anything about it. I parked close enough to where you could even be able to open the passenger door at the halfway mark without hitting the fence. At about 6:37 a.m., I heard the exact same van door open, click into the locking mechanism, and the foot step onto the gravel sound. This time it sounded strangely drawn out. The continuous sound of a single foot stepping on the gravel was trippy, to say the least. Honestly, the sound itself made no sense. Once again, on the right side of the driver's seat, I froze in fear because obviously nobody could be parked there. Slowly peeking my head up to investigate, I saw nothing but the wood fence next to me. This isn't the first time I've heard unexplainable noises coming specifically from the right side of the driver's seat inside my vehicle. My last post on this subreddit mentioned that I heard a deep growl of a beast from the exact same side of my vehicle. I wonder if something's been following me. What are your thoughts on this? My grandfather's experiences. My grandfather told me that when he was a young boy, about 8 or 10, him and his brother were playing in this old shell of a car that they had sitting next to their trailer on their farm. He said the car still had its seats and the steering wheel, but other than that, it was just a hunk of metal. Anyways, he said that they were sitting in it playing when all of a sudden they both got sleepy and fell asleep. When he woke up, he said that they, him and his brother, were looking down on the earth. And he asked the people where they were going, and they told him. 3 planets from behind the moon. He said he woke up back in the car next to his brother, and they looked at each other, and my grandpa said that he asked his brother if they had the same dream, and he shook his head, yes, with wide eyes. But after that, his brother would only deny it in front of other people, so we never shared the story again, until that one night when I said I believe in aliens. After that happened to him, he's seen things and experienced things from that day on through. Up until about 10 years ago, when he said that they told him goodbye. That's another story. He was probably 66 or 70 years old then. If anyone would like to make more posts about other stories that he's told me, and the things that he's experienced, there's even been many times in his life where he should have died. I always told people that I believe I'm part alien because I think my grandfather is. Blonde girl with a hat. This is something that happened to me when I was in school. I was playing with my friends when I caught the feeling of someone watching me. It was a big break, so many kids were running around, playing catch me if you can, and all those kinds of things. And suddenly I see this girl leaning on one of the walls of our school building. She just stood there and stared at me with this evil expression. Although she looked very weird, she seemed to be older than me, and had shoulder-long blonde hair. It looked thin and damaged. She also wore a black hat. You know, one like magicians pull out the bunnies from. She was completely wearing black and had a cloak on that was black outside and red inside. She had her arms spread away from her body, like if her body would form a crucifix. I froze and stared back, confused from her weird appearance and behavior. Then she said, "What the fuck are you looking at?" She said it in such an aggressive tone that I looked away and tried to act like I didn't hear it. At this point, I was kind of scared at her, and not sure really what to do, you know? She was still looking at me, watching me. When I blinked, she moved 1 meter from the spot she was standing before. I was so scared at this point, and then I saw how she made side steps, slowly moving to the door of the building that she was leaning on. She literally moved sideways, her bag touching the wall the whole time. Then she was gone. I thought to myself that it was stupid to react like I did. I should have confronted her. But she was so fucking scary. All the other kids were ignoring her. Nobody talked to her or gave her attention. I searched her directly after she disappeared, but I couldn't find her. I remember my friend also saw her, but it's been about 10 years, and we have no contact. I even did contact her some time ago, but she couldn't remember it. It's just a stupid feeling when something like this happens and you know it happened, but nobody seemed to care, and the only person that could prove my point doesn't remember it. I feel lost thinking about it, and I have no logical explanation. Since I was young, I could always tell if something is real or just fantasy. I recorded something strange with night vision in my house earlier this month. Had a couple of small and strange occurrences follow after that. About a month ago, I purchased a camera recorder for my PVS-14, the ANVRS MK3. I own a few night vision devices and I wanted to be able to record while I go shooting at night. The night after it came into the mail, I clicked it onto my PVS-14 and tested it out in the house to see whether or not it was working. I started walking around my house, shining around my infrared light and the laser. I heard a noise behind me while I was walking into the hallway to the bedrooms. It sounded like it came from the sink. When I turned around, I saw nothing and kept goofing around. You can see shortly after this that I walk up to the kitchen and look at the sink, and it was still curious. I was still hearing this noise maybe, but nothing was there. It wasn't until checking the recording that I saw that there was a white figure standing by the sink when I turned around. In fact, you can see something crouched over the sink when I looked from the living room to the hallway shortly before. Important to note that the recorder is low quality, but I could see everything in that kitchen crystal clear when I turned around, and I didn't see anything odd. The light and the laser was not on when I turned around. I did have an infrared LED on the back of my helmet, and my best guess is that it's a reflection of some kind. Only issue with that theory is that I've tried to recreate it multiple times with the same conditions, and I've been unsuccessful. The house is relatively new, built in 1984, and while the owners that built the house recently passed away, they didn't die in the home. The following night, I was home alone, and an empty can fell over on the countertop and rolled into the sink while I was on the other side of the house. The second I heard it hit the countertop, the hair on my neck stood up. I knew for a fact that can was sitting level on a flat surface with no open windows or source of a breeze. A week after recording this, my girlfriend gave me a call while I was at work. She said she felt like somebody was in the house. She said she couldn't explain why other than that she heard a loud clicking occasionally. I told her it was probably the thermostat kicking in and that I'd be home soon. My girlfriend woke me up the next morning wondering why I left the scissors in the middle of the floor downstairs in the den. I told her I know for a fact that I left them at the chopping block in the kitchen before I went to work the day prior. She said that she hadn't been downstairs in a couple of days. We're the only two in the house. Our house is a bi-level, and we mostly live upstairs. The downstairs has a bedroom, bathroom, and a den for guests. She was freaked out since she heard clicking the night before. Haven't had anything weird happen in the 3 weeks since. Link to video and a side-by-side comparison of the kitchen in the video versus how it looked a few hours later when the sun came up. The only editing I did, other than shortening the video and repeating the section in slow-mo, at the end was the cutting of the sound levels because the recorder's right in front of my nose. All you could hear was me breathing. I did turn it up to normal levels when I turn around. If you listen closely, you can hear the noise I heard. The time and date stamp is also incorrect. I'm unsure of how to change it so the recording stopped displaying it incorrectly. Thank you very much, Gecko. For years, I've been experiencing paranormal stuff. I think I'm finally starting to piece it together. My earliest memory was when I was 5 or 6 years old. My brother and I shared a room and our bed faced the hallway. Our door was always open, since me and my brother were young, and I remember waking up and seeing a woman's finger. She had long painted black nails. Keep this in mind. For years, I had been having a reoccurring dream where I would be running away from her. I would eventually make it to an alleyway, and there would be an older guy with a doctor's coat yelling, It'll be okay, come here. He would manage to capture her and restrain her in the hospital bed. Who is this her? I don't know much about her, but before the dream started, I'd gotten a very realistic dream. It felt as if it was actually happening. She was sitting on one of the dining room chairs with a doll on her lap that looked just like her. She had messy black hair, white-laced gown, a veil, pale skin, and the exact black nails I saw a few years back. Please hang with me on this. This isn't the craziest part. In that dream, I couldn't speak. Remember that. I would see her in different forms, mostly as a doll, or her quote-unquote human form. I would see her everywhere. It didn't matter where I moved. She would appear in hallways, in my bathroom. There would be nights that I would hear talking. It sounded like two people talking in gibberish. After 10 years of this, I finally told my parents about it. My mom prayed over and in my room. Later that night, my mom had a dream of her. She looked at my mom from on top of her bed, then grabbed her legs and dragged her to my room. My mom tried rebuking the demons, but guess what? She couldn't speak. I asked my mom for more details on how she looked because I didn't fully believe her. She told me she had a veil on, something I didn't tell her. But she said that the veil was covering her face. But with me, she had it up. I don't know why she had it up with me. I don't know why she's so persistent watching me. After that incident, it stopped, but I still sometimes feel as if someone is watching me. My experience with the paranormal. Okay, so I just thought I'd put this out there. Not really even as a warning, but more as a way to share information with individuals that could possibly go down a similar path to me, with the wrong mindset, and possibly make the same mistakes I did. I've always been fascinated by the supernatural and the paranormal, ever since I was a child, and my obsession began after reading the Darren Shan books. Anyway, that's beside the point. So when I went to uni, I started getting into a lot of occult reading. I went to uni in central London, and there's a bookstore, and it goes by Watkins. Anyway, I would spend many weekends there perusing the different occult books and the artifacts that they sold. Often they were very expansive, but I'd gotten a student loan and had some money to spare and to play with. Eventually, after many months, having read a number of occult books, I decided to get a Ouija board. Yeah, I'm a fool. So, after a couple of weeks, my girlfriend and I are just chilling in my uni room. We've had a little bit to drink, but not too much. I decided to bring out the Ouija board and see what she thinks. Needless to say, she was initially skeptical and apprehensive, which made sense. She has a family history of extremely proportions with the paranormal, but that's not my story to tell. Eventually, we nut up and decide to try. At first, nothing really happens. We ask silly questions, and I try to scare her a couple of times, as one does. So eventually, we start to relax more, and it turns into more of a game than a true experience, trying to contact the other side, in our minds at least. I decide my ignorance to call out to an entity while we're using it, Azazel, a name I'd read about in some of the occult books aforementioned. My girlfriend looked at me strangely, as at this point, I'm kind of just losing it calling out to this entity. Thinking back, I'm not really sure what compelled me. I shit you not, my curtains start to close really slowly by themselves, and my wardrobe starts opening and closing. To say we both shut ourselves, or I'm guessing he meant to write shit. To say we both shit ourselves would be an understatement. We ran out of there. We get a coffee and talk about it, but even at that point, we're semi-laughing about it. Probably read too many books or something. Became desensitized, I don't know. I walk my girl to her dorm and go back to mine to sleep. That night, I have the most intense dream of my life, and let me tell you, it was a nightmare. I don't really feel like going into details right now, as I get severe anxiety when I visualize it too much. But basically, it was of hell, torture, and suffering. Years later, I've never touched anything to do with the occult since, other than protect myself against contact from entities that wish to do me harm. To say that the dream I experienced that night scared me would be putting it nicely. Seeing smoky shadows in my garden. Okay, so I live with my grandparents. As they have a small house, I sleep downstairs in the living room, which overlooks the garden through a pair of large sliding doors. I've been a smoker for years now, and will often find myself sitting outside late at night having a smoke. The strangeness began almost a month ago. So as I'm sitting watching some videos on my phone while having a late night smoke, I start to get a really bad headache. In my head, I'm assuming that I've just been on my phone too long, so I decided to switch for some music instead. As I'm listening, and about done with my smoke and ready to get up, I see a strange sort of black smoke figure near a conservatory at the end of my garden. I look at it for a while wondering what it could be. Or if maybe my mind is too addled from the lack of sleep and I've began hallucinating. Anyway, eventually I convinced myself that it's nothing and just go inside to sleep. Nothing happens until maybe 2 weeks later when the same thing happens. This time I use the torch on my phone to light up the area, but I can't seem to see anything. Once I shine my torch on it. So I get up, and in the same black, some figure in the gloom. Its head was angled towards me. To be honest, I was really scared. I felt like maybe everything I believed to be true about the world was wrong. Just to clarify, I'm a really skeptical person by nature, preferring to lead sort of on my assumption that the observable cannot influence us, even if some strange entities may exist. So yeah, I was in shock. I eventually gathered the courage to run inside, but I don't know. I've seen it from those big window doors twice since, and it's freaking me out. I feel like it's watching me. Creepy treehouse. A couple of nights ago, my friend and I spontaneously decided to go smoke really late into the night, like 2 a.m. Our new spot is his girlfriend's treehouse, which we've only gone to a few times, and it isn't too deep in the woods. It was an ice-cold night, so the leaves on the ground were frozen, leaving a loud crunch with every step we took. This will be important. We get to the treehouse and tried lighting the lighter, but it was out, so my friend left to go to his girlfriend's house to get a new one, which is only like a few 100 feet away. He left me alone, which I had no problem with at the time. I was able to hear him walk into the distance due to the loud crunches, and I decided to just go on my phone to pass the time. About a minute in, I heard more clearer than ever footsteps that just seemed to appear right underneath the treehouse and started walking around. For a second, I assumed it was my friend, but he had just left and there was no way that he'd be back already. I also realized that with the ground being frozen, I should have been able to hear his footsteps coming from far away, way ahead of time. As all this was going through my head, I heard the footsteps walk toward the bottom of the ladder and just stop. I completely froze and avoided moving, so that whatever was below me wouldn't hear me. I texted my friend hoping that he left his girlfriend's house and he was just messing with me, to which he responded that he was still over there. I told him what happened and to hurry back, but he didn't take me very seriously. Luckily, I had a cinder block right next to me, ready to throw at whatever was about to come up the ladder. A few minutes go by and I didn't hear the footsteps again. Of course, I heard my friend's footsteps coming from at least 50 feet away coming back. I just decided to completely forget about what happened, and we went on with our sesh. A little bit spooked out, though. Shadow people influencing my father's dreams. At the time, we were living on the ground floor of a small block of a 2-story unit. It was in the morning. My mother and I were sitting down watching the television, which was against the wall. Behind us on the right was my parents' bedroom. And to the right in front of us was the front door, and besides that, a window. I recall we were watching the TV when in the corner of my eye I saw movement. As I turned my head to see what was moving, I could see humanoid shapes speedily walking and maybe running into my parents' room. As if he walked in, through the window I'd guess, though perhaps it was the door, and just went into the bedroom, not through their doorway but straight through the wall, as the crow flies. I turned to face my mother and she was looking at the same thing. We were both surprised. I ran into their room to see what was there. It was just my father laying down, fast asleep on the bed. So I returned back to the TV, thinking about what I had just seen, and about half an hour later or so, my father gets up saying that he had a dream, that an ancestor of ours came to speak with him. He recounted the strange dream that he had, and the person he was speaking to. I recall him outlining how the man he spoke to was dressed in his dream. I'll leave that out for privacy's sake, though. Now, looking back, I can't recall what the message my father received was, but my mother told him then that both of us had seen a shadow figure walk straight into the room not a while before he got up. He didn't seem too shocked. I'd later learn that it was not uncommon for this family. Ghost finger through the bathroom window. This event took place in 2020, around the end of the year, when I was in the shower living with my mom in an apartment building. Now, the bathroom has a small window just above the toilet, which saw into the lobby, which, if open, had a decent view of anyone in the shower. So naturally, we would usually have the window down almost completely. Now, this window is also frosted glass, so you can make out a figure on the other side, but with no great detail. Over this window was a fly wire netting with a small hole in it around the bottom about an inch or two from the window. Now, for reference, this hole is not big at all. It's tiny, but it is there. So one day I'm showering, window less than an inch open as usual, and then in the corner of my eye, a long, somewhat pale finger began to extend through the small gap I left open in the window. At this point, I'm just kind of too shocked to move, like a deer in headlights, but my mind was racing. I thought there was some creep trying to open the window or someone trying to scare me. I recalled the small hole in the fly wire net. So I was about to shout something out at this person. Based on the size of the finger, I thought it was a guy. Until I realized that this didn't add up. You could force fit your finger through the hole somewhat, sure. You would be scratching yourself on the exposed metal wire, though. But after the wire is a solid 1 to 2 inches of space before the window opening, and with the amount of finger I was seeing, nearly to the start of the proximal phalanx, meaning that I could see past the knuckle. I was astonished that someone had a finger so long and that it could fit in the small gap between the window and the wire net. Thing was, I know everybody who shares my lobby. All the people on my floor were of Vietnamese or African descent. And there were few Caucasian people on the other levels, none of whom had such an abnormally long index finger. It was then that the finger began beckoning me. It folded up, like the gesture you would use to motion someone to come forward. At this point, I'm starting to entertain the idea that this is not a human being doing this. But the nail in the coffin for me was the fact that despite the finger gesturing for me to come forward, I could see no figure on the other side of the frosted window, no silhouette of a person whatsoever. A few seconds later, the finger retracts back through the window. And that was that. No sounds, no movements through the glass window. I got out of the shower immediately, went outside, no signs of anyone. Interested to see anyone's thoughts on this strange event. Something kind of strange happened to me a few years ago. I was living in an apartment townhouse with 2 other roommates. Both roommates were gone for a couple of days because it was Thanksgiving. They were spending it with family at each of their respective hometowns. I had the house to myself for 3 to 4 days. On the second night alone, I decided to make myself some macaroni in the kitchen around 1 a.m. So I'm stirring the noodles in the pot, and out of nowhere, I become very, very terrified and fearful. I felt something, and some kind of fear of being watched, but I can't explain what this was. I looked over my shoulder almost to expect someone standing there, but there was nothing. I was trying to calm myself down, because there was nothing, but I couldn't shake this absolute terror and fear. I felt it climaxing and rising up in me. It was rising and rising, and the hair stood on my arms and neck, and I felt close to a complete panic, and then pop! All the lights went out. It was pitch black, total darkness, and the stove turned off, and I became so terrified that I ran out of the kitchen with no shoes or a coat. I ran out into the parking lot and felt like I was in a horror movie. There wasn't anyone for me to go, or there wasn't anywhere for me to go. I don't know my neighbors, and it's 1 a.m. My feet were freezing, as it was November, and after some time, I didn't know what to do but just calm down in the parking lot. I couldn't just not go back to my home, so eventually I just got brave enough and went back in. I found my phone and used it for a light. I called someone and told them how scared I was, but nothing could really be done. They didn't live near me. I eventually went to sleep and woke up with the lights working again and the soggy noodles on the stove. It just really freaked me out that my hair stood up, and I about had a panic attack before the breakers seemed to switch or whatever happened with the electricity. Could be nothing, I guess, but seems strange that I felt absolute terror, like another sense came to me, where I felt extremely unsafe. I had a really strange encounter with a woman at an antique store, and I don't remember a thing. This happened to me a few days ago, and I have no idea what to make of it. I have no one that I can comfortably talk to about this for answers, so I'm posting it here because I hope someone will take me seriously. I'm new to this community, so let me know if this breaks any rules somehow, and I'll adjust the post accordingly. Me and my friend, we'll call her Naomi, went to an antique store a few days ago. And as soon as we get inside, she says something feels off. She can't figure out what it is, but there's just a general feeling that something isn't right. Quote-unquote gut feelings aren't something that I really believe in, so I just told her everything was probably fine and we continued into the store. Naomi kept looking over her shoulder the whole time. Not in a frightened way, but more like she had her guard up and was on the lookout for anything that could go wrong. Whether that be a bookshelf falling over or somebody having a heart attack. She says she's psychic for that kind of thing, but again, I'm a big skeptic. There is one thing I find strange, though. I keep seeing someone out of the corner of my eye. I always notice them just a split second before they leave my line of sight behind another shelf or around another corner. You know when you think you see a shadow right at the edge of your vision, but nothing's there when you look? It was that exact sensation, but I know someone was there, and it wasn't just my imagination. It wasn't necessarily threatening yet, but still a tiny bit curious. Here's where things get weird. Naomi and I are pretty good at sticking together, and we go to shops like that, but we occasionally do go off in different directions. Normally, we'll at least give each other a heads up if we're splitting off to different sections, but at some point, I turned around and she was just gone. No warning or anything. Initially, I thought it wasn't a big deal because I figured that she'd turn up sometime. So I'm by myself in the back part of the store, and it's full of candles and astrology-themed stuff. I thought I was alone. But when I went to leave that section, there's some woman standing right behind me. Immediately, I just got a weird vibe from her, and I was super uncomfortable, like she was standing just a little bit too close to me than a normal person would. I stepped out of the way because I thought she was trying to get past me, but she just got even closer, put me on edge enough that I started to hold my keys between my knuckles. Before I could tell her to back off, I had the sensation that I was falling asleep. Everything in my brain just started going fuzzy, and it was getting harder to think. Next thing I know, I hear Naomi saying my name over and over, and I wake up, still standing in the exact same spot. The woman wasn't there anymore. I asked Naomi what happened, and she said that she'd been trying to get my attention for 2 minutes. Apparently, I had just been staring blankly ahead as if I was hypnotized or something. I remember none of those few minutes. It's all completely gone, like I was literally asleep, standing up with my eyes open. I asked if she'd seen the woman. She just got this serious look on her face and asked me, "Did she say anything to you?" I said I didn't hear her voice, but I was also a bit unaware of everything for a few minutes, so I just said that I don't remember. Naomi took my hand and walked us straight out of the store, and she wouldn't let me talk to her about it anymore. She was really freaked out to the point that she even checked the back seat of her car before we got back, like she was making sure nobody was hiding. She barely spoke the whole drive back. She dropped me off at home, and since then, we've only texted, but she'll change the subject every time I try to bring up what happened in the store. And she'll do everything she can to talk me out of going back like my life depended on it or something. I've been left without answers for this really weird encounter, and I needed to tell someone about it. If not for answers, then just for someone else to hear it and take me seriously. I know how it all sounds, and I'm pretty sure most people in my life would just think I'm crazy or something. I know I would assume my friend was crazy if they said the same thing to me. In terms of theories, I have nothing good. I don't think the woman drugged me because I can't find anything online about any drug that just incapacitates a person for 2 or 3 minutes before instantly wearing off. When I regained awareness, it wasn't like a gradual thing. It was like Naomi flipped a light switch. I don't think any drugs can do that without other side effects. The other thing I thought of was that maybe it couldn't have actually been some sort of hypnosis, but I'm pretty sure that also can't make any sense. From what I gather, it seems like somebody had to consent to being hypnotized for it to work. You can't just go up to a random person and hypnotize them without warning. And maybe this is just me being cocky, but I feel like I'd be pretty difficult to hypnotize anyway. Just to be clear, I don't take any drugs and I don't drink. I don't even use over-the-counter cold medicine when I feel sick. I typically just let everything heal by itself. Also, I have no history of mental illness besides what some people in the family think is an undiagnosed case of OCD. If anyone has any ideas, even if they're really quote-unquote out there, I'm willing to at least hear them. Again, I know how this all sounds, and even if you don't believe me, I appreciate people reading the whole thing. My daughter seems to be able to sense death. So my daughter, who's almost 13, has always seemed to have this kind of thing that she would do when impending doom was near. The first instance was when my grandfather was sickly. He had prostate cancer. Anyway, one morning we were over there helping my grandmother out. My daughter was probably 5 or 6 at the time, and we were just standing around talking, and I was talking to my granddaddy, and all of a sudden she comes up to me and taps me and says, "Mama, can I get in the bed with Granddaddy?" I really didn't want her to because I was afraid that she'd kick him by mistake or something. But he was like, "Yeah, you can get up here, baby." She got on the bed and had this very weird, almost sad look on her face. I didn't think anything of it. So fast forward a week later, my granddaddy died. The next one, I sort of had to keep my friend baby girl. Sorry, the text is confusing. The next one was, I had to keep my friend's baby girl here while she worked, and later that day my daughter made it home from school, and me and the baby were laying in the bed. I was like 5 months pregnant. So she came and stood on the side of my bed rubbing the back of her hair, and she had the exact same look of sadness on her face as when my granddaddy did. But I didn't think to put the 2 and 2 together just yet. So she goes, "Mama, can I get in bed with the baby?" I said yes, and she laid down beside him, and she had a sad look all over her face. Well, the next week, the baby was dead from SIDS. This next incident involves my grandma. She was sick and I was feeding her, and she couldn't hardly talk, but she wanted to see my kids, so my daughter got up to her and looked at her face, and she had the same sadness from the last 2 times. Then the next day, my grandma was dead. The Rotten Woman. Back when I was in my late teens, I moved out of my hometown. I then rented a room from some couple. The woman didn't work, but her partner did, so she had lots of time on her hands, and she tried to control everything in the house, including me. I was working 2 jobs while studying. The woman, who literally has no life besides from trying to mess up other people's lives, started doing weird stuff. I woke up to find her watching me sleep. She stole my sunglasses, killed my fish, all in the name of being a cunt. She tried bossing me around and just trolling, though she would disappear every full moon to apparently get nude and dance with her coven in the mountains. She claimed to be a witch. Despite my interest in spirituality and tarot, I don't believe in witches or witchcraft. I think the spells work on a belief system that causes a domino effect of either positive or negative things occurring. Anyway, I decided that I'd had enough of tolerating her bullshit and I just moved out. That resulted in her stalking me by turning up at my workplaces and staring at me for hours. I reported her to the police, and then she tried to cyberstalk me by Facebook and phoning me 1,000,000 times. After moving into a new place, I would wake up in the night to see something standing in the corner of my room, yet whenever I got up or turned the light on, it disappeared. Hence, I assumed I was dreaming. Eventually, it started standing at the foot of my bed, but again, whenever I tried to get up or turn on the light, it would vanish. One night, I woke up to just this thing standing there like usual, but this time I could see a creepy woman's face on it. It was smiling at me. I said, "Fuck off," and it vanished. For a while, I didn't see the thing, but I started coming up with scratches all over my body. I had no idea where they had come from, and I would find them on my arms, my chest, my hips, and thighs. One night I woke up and ran to the bathroom mirror because I thought maybe I would find the thing that bit me, to find scratches all over my shoulder and back like someone just clawed me. I checked my bed for anything that could possibly scratch me and even visited a doctor who asked me if I was self-harming. I wasn't, and I couldn't figure out where these scratches were coming from. The last incident occurred one night when I was half asleep and rolled over to my side. I felt air on my face, and I originally ignored it until I felt a big gust of air directly into my face. I opened my eyes to come face to face with this rotten, bloated, dead-looking woman. She looked wet like someone killed her and then left her in some water to rot. Her body was coming out from underneath the bed while her head was propped up near my face. I actually screamed and I was too scared to get off the bed. I covered my face with the blankets and then started saying prayers and waited until the morning. After that, it never came back and the scratches healed. It scares me to think about, but I do wonder if it lived under my bed for a period of time and was scratching me from underneath. As to where it came from, again, I don't believe in spells, but whatever it was wanted to pose as a female, and I think it a part of my loser ex-housemate, like a malevolent manifestation of spite. The Spirit Tree. When I lived in Florida, around Jupiter, we had Juneau and a Marcinski beach. My whole life I grew up on this beach, and at night some strange things have happened. From UFOs to apparitions, I've always felt a strong natural spirit here. Later in my teenage years, I was often kicked out of my house, anywhere from weeks to months at a time. I lived on these beaches. Most specifically, I kind of always stayed at Shower 39. Shower 39 was the heaviest I felt this natural spirit. I even saw what I dubbed a beach demon there in the trees. 2 of my other friends saw this and still talk about it. Still, for whatever reason, I felt safe here and comfortable, sleeping below the shifting canopies of the sea grape forest. The way the beaches are laid out is there's a sidewalk, then a long stretch of sea grape forest that stretches the entire beach, then the beach. I've spent many isolated nights on my own on these beaches from 16 to 23. There was this tree that me and my friends dubbed the Spirit Tree. It was an uprooted tree that appeared on the beach in certain months. It was up on the beach mostly in the winter months. It'd wash up when the storms came, and it'd be on the beach for a couple of weeks or a few days. It'd be right where the surf met the beach, as most trees that washed up would be in the surf. Now, what made this tree unique is that it was the same tree every time for as long as I can remember. It would also wash up in the same general area, from shower 32 to shower 44, most prominent around shower 39. My personal favorite shower, where I've experienced the strangest things in my life. I'd see it a lot while I was on serious psychedelic journeys, but other people who were sober and with me would see this tree, and they always freaked out. Because on the rational side, this should not be possible, but here it was. With most of the deepest carvings remained in it, the same exact tree months later. You would drive yourself insane trying to figure it out. And around the tree, everybody would feel this vibe of deep respect, mystery, peace, love, and wonder. For some, it would elicit an overwhelming feeling of anxiety. I remember I was with this one girl when I found it one day. She didn't fully believe me, but I insisted that we leave. I was climbing all over it, hugging it, and looking at all of our old carvings. I was tripping. Eventually, reluctantly, I agreed to keep walking the beach. She later told me that at one point she felt so nervous around it that she couldn't catch her breath. I loved the spirit tree, and most of us hippies did as well. It was something that made no sense. The spirit tree showed itself to me a lot when I was in troubling times, and it always made me feel comfortable. However, every strange or quote-unquote paranormal experience I had on that beach, from UFO, ghosts, strange altered states that made no sense, and even one beach demon-like creature happened after I saw the spirit tree. Still, it never scared me. The spirit tree, anyways. This is one of the many of my strange paranormal experiences. This, however, is the most nostalgic, and thoughts of the spirit tree make me happy as I remember this almost bond that I had with it. Many nights alone after getting kicked out of my house, I'd go to the beach feeling a deep, lonely depression, just to find the spirit tree, and it would always lift my spirits. Believe this or not, but I promise you that this happens on the beaches of Markinsky and Juneau. And if you find a tree washed up on the beach one late night around shower 39 with carvings all over it, looking older than time itself, show your respect to this wonderful, amazing spirit tree, if it strikes your fancy. Don't if you don't want to. To many, it'll just be a washed-up tree, but to those of us who know, we know it like the back of our hands. And this tree is so much more. The devil lived in my shed. I've had a handful of strange happenings, but this one takes the cake as the most sinister one that I've ever experienced. I don't even like thinking about it because it still chills up my spine. So here goes nothing. When I was a kid, my mom moved from house to house a lot. We weren't really well off, so to say the least, which resulted in us staying with a lot of other people. This house, though, had some strange things that happened right off the bat. We'd hear footsteps all over the house, all hours of the day, but more often late at night. Doors would slam occasionally and drawers would open, things like that. Your typical haunted house type of deal. Being somewhat used to this at this point, because I grew up on a haunted Coast Guard base, didn't really bother me that much. It It spooked me when the doors would slam, but I wasn't really terrified. My mother was very Christian, and she would tell me not to pay any attention to these things because they just wanted to scare you. So I braved it pretty well. It always seemed like my mom and I attracted these type of things. Well, these weird things started increasing over time. I started seeing a very inhuman entity in my room. This thing with a deformed trunk got half gray or blue in color, huge eyes and a lanky demeanor, and would be seen by my bedside looking down at me. Its face was skinny and deformed, and I would see the glowing blue bubbles floating around the room when it appeared. I couldn't not be afraid at this point, and I would now be sleeping in my mother's room. But this thing would keep appearing, and I would shake my mom till she woke up. When she woke, the entity would be gone. After a while, I learned to ignore this thing when I felt the chills hit me. And when I was trying to sleep, I would just throw the blankets and the pillows underneath my head. Eventually, I would start praying, and this seemed to work after a while. Well, one day, me and my friend are in the backyard playing Marco Polo without the pool. It was kind of like hide-and-go-seek, except you can whisper polo and you still have to stand still. Most of the time, my friend would always whisper polo. We also had this shed in the corner of the yard. It was always locked up, so never knew what was in it. I walked around, deprived of my vision, calling out Marco. No response. I call out again, and no response. I call out again, rather annoyed, because he always tried to cheat like that. I call out one last time, and I hear a faint whisper. Finally, someone decided to play fate. At least I thought. I turn around. Marco! I hear the whisper polo. I start walking toward the sound. Marco. No response. Marco! Still no response. Arms reached out, walking blindly, taking slow steps. I feel a wall. I get ready to call out again. I get cut off with a low, evil growl. Not human, not animal. Then it happened. Flashes of fire and death so gruesome I can't chalk it up to an overactive imagination. I would have to be seriously disturbed to see what I did. In the fire and death, I saw flashes of tormented faces melting and bubbling in the fire. I tried to open my eyes, but the images were still burning through. I saw hundreds of faces tormented and screaming, bodies twisted, charred, and disfigured. Screams pierced my eardrums, so blood-curdling that they drowned out my own screams. And there were growling and howls all around. It was so terrible when I came through that my friend was shaking me very rapidly. I was in a ball, holding my legs, screaming and crying. I ran into the house and told my mom. She instantly got us out of that house that day and moved to a different friend's house. We went to church all the time after the house. We went to church all the time after that, and she had a priest pray over me for weeks after that. I never experienced anything like that again, thank God. I'm glad I never went into detail about the faces, or my mom would have definitely sent me to therapy. It was haunting my dreams, and this place a few years after it happens. But even the dreams weren't as bad as what really happened. The faces I saw melted and boiled till the skin peeled away to expose the meat and bone behind it. Then that would melt into a different face, and the same thing would happen. These faces all screamed while melting in intense anguish. This was actually terrifying for me to write, guys. I honestly hope that nobody can relate to this experience. Believe in hell or don't, I know what I saw that day, and I can never forget. car crash and parallel universe. In the summer of 2017, around 2 hours after my grandfather passed away, me and my sister were in a horrific car accident. It was a bit past midnight. We were on our way to Grandpa's house. I was behind the wheel and driving moderately fast. I was supposed to make a U-turn, but the brakes failed and we hit the guardrail. The front of the car was demolished. Both of us were badly injured. I believe I lost consciousness for a few seconds. When I woke up again, I looked at her and saw blood all over her face and realized that she too had lost her consciousness. She was slowly coming on when I squeezed myself out the window and went to the other side to get her out of the car. The door was stuck just like mine, so I couldn't get her out. People started to gather around and call 911. The firefighters came and removed the door and finally brought her out of the car. When the ambulance was taking us to the hospital, I was having the longest deja vu of my entire life. I knew which hospital that we were going to, even though nobody told me, and I knew how the interior of the hospital looked like, somewhere I've never even been before. I even knew the name of the doctor who was supposed to stitch me up, someone who I've also never met before. It's weird because as soon as me and my sister were alone and could talk to each other, she told me about how she felt like she's been there before and was feeling deja vu the whole time. It might seem normal for people who suffered head trauma to experience these kind of things and read too much into something that isn't actually there, but it's a lot more weirder than it seemed like at first glance. I believe that both of us died on that timeline, but for some reason, our consciousness switched on into a parallel version of ourselves in another universe. And the constant feeling of deja vu was because of our consciousnesses settling into the bodies of our alternate selves with the original consciousnesses still present, which caused the feeling of experiencing everything twice. Now here's something truly bizarre. There was this song called Zalem by Monson Chavoshi, which our mom loved and listened to almost every single day. Even when my mom didn't play it, my older brother would. It was kind of a signature song in our home back in 2005 all the way to 2008. So a few months after the crash, I was having a conversation with one of my co-eds about music. She was without a doubt the #1 fan of Monson Chavoshi, to the point that we used to call her a chauvoshist. She was talking about her favorite Chavoshi song, and I just remembered all those years of listening to Zalem, and I said, "Yeah, he's a good singer. My mom loved Zalem. She used to play it on repeat until someone became sick of hearing it." She frowned and asked me about the song that I had just mentioned. She said that he doesn't have a song named Zalem. I thought maybe I got the name wrong, so I sang the chorus. She shook her head and said it's not a Chavoshi song. She named Farouk as the singer. I swore that the song I used to listen to was Chavoshi's. His voice is unmistakable. There's no way I'd be wrong about that. So she asked me to send her the song. Obviously, I didn't have her old computer in which the song was stored on, and I couldn't find her old Chavoshi mix CD, so I Googled it. No matter how much I looked, I couldn't find it online. I even searched by the lyrics and only found the song Zalem by Farouk. I thought maybe it's the same song and I was wrong all along. So I downloaded it and listened to it, but the song by Farouk can't be more different from what I remember. Sure, it has the same lyrics, but the melody and the genre of it's completely different. So I asked my mom about it, and guess what? She never heard of it. Neither did my brother. And my brother gave us the song in the first place. They have no recollection of that song, whether it's Chavoshi's or Farouk's. On the other hand, my sister remembers it. I sang her the chorus and she said it was a Chavoshi song. Somehow she and I have memories about a song which didn't even exist in this world. I don't know why or even how it's possible, but I sincerely believe that we moved through dimensions when we were both unconscious after that crash. I've heard stories that happened to other people which are similar to our experience. I don't want to get too much onto this one, but I think it has something to do with my grandpa's death. Maybe we were supposed to die that night, but his death caused an event which led us to moving on to another universe where we didn't die. Little kids running around in the ICU when death comes. Some of you that work in hospitals, or have loved ones that work in hospitals, or have been close to a loved one as they took their last breaths and transitioned to the great unknown, may have heard what I'm about to describe. There's a particular phenomenon that occurs to people in those last moments. And I'm talking about the appearance of kids running around their deathbed or just outside their room. This is to be differentiated to the phenomenon of close ones that have passed away visiting in days prior to their deaths. This is different. This occurs hours, if not minutes, before their deaths. I experience this with greater frequency whenever I work in the ICU unit, where people are very sick. What most patients describe as cheerful kids, running about around their beds in a playful manner, snickering or just playing. Most patients usually respond calling the nurse and asking, "Who are these kids running around and where are their parents?" and scaring the living bejesus out of them if they're new nurses. If they are experienced nurses, they know the time of the end is soon to come, and they communicate promptly with us doctors and let us know to be ready. Literature often chalks this phenomenon up to a lack of oxygen in the brain or neurochemical changes in the process of death and dying. But the pattern is very recognizable, and the experience is very similar across all cultural backgrounds and ages. Almost all hospitals have a story about these kids. And if you are entering the field of medicine, nursing, or any other health-allied profession, you will certainly hear these stories. So if you're doing rounds in the ICU at night and hear some snickering or tiny feet running in the hallways, prepare, because the call of a code green or a code red is about to sound off in the PA system. Sleep apnea and hypoxia, small window into the afterlife. As an internal medicine physician, I deal with all types of diseases and human conditions. Now, I've done this job and medicine's been my calling for more than 15 years, so I can easily say that at this point in my career, I'm able to identify patterns in patients' experiences and see some commonalities. Well, these commonalities also expand to the realm of the arcane and the realm of the unknown. There's a common experience that is, shall we say, odd in its reproducibility and parallel nature from patient to patient. I'm talking about patients coming in for restless nights, poor sleep quality, and headaches that undoubtedly get a later diagnosis of sleep apnea from me after the pertinent sleep study. Now here's the interesting part. Almost all of these patients have an issue with hyper-real dreams that can range from an astral projection type of experience, hovering above their bodies, and in some instances, encounters with family members that have sort of passed on, or encounters with beings as well. The diagnosis here is straightforward. Obstructive sleep apnea is the most common sleep-related breathing disorder. Causes you to repeatedly stop and start breathing while you sleep. There are several types of sleep apnea, but the most common is obstructive sleep apnea. This type of apnea occurs when your throat muscles intermittently relax and block your airway during sleep. A noticeable sign of obstructive sleep apnea is snoring. When you stop breathing, your oxygen level drops drastically for short periods of time, and this jerks your physiology into a panic and wakes you up to rescue you from your impending oxygenless doom. But when your oxygen is critically low, you can say that you're dangerously close to the threshold between life and death. In essence, a near-death experience on your favorite pillow. So the next time you see your loved one in a dream, you astral project or have a wildly realistic dream, you could have just had a brush with the Grim Reaper without even knowing it. A little bit about black magic practices. For context, my husband has a very short temper, but I've been working on communications with him. We get along pretty well, with banter here and there. My husband's a 45-year-old male. Let's call him S. He has very weird dreams that seem to me more like premonitions at times, but he can't even dream us some lottery numbers. Anyway, about a week ago on a Monday, he told me not to accept any food offerings from anyone and not to leave my bag unattended. I carry a haversack usually as I go to the gym during my lunch hours. I told him it's impossible to carry my bag everywhere I go, but I didn't receive any food offerings from that. Would be devastated if someone had brought me a Krispy Kreme donut only for me to refuse it. I asked him why he was giving me this specific instruction, and he told me in his dream, an unknown entity told him that someone is out to get us through me. As it's a normal occurrence, him in his dream, I took note of the request. A few days went by, uneventful of course, but on a Friday, as I didn't go to the gym on that day, I decided to change my bag from a haversack to a sling bag. I left my haversack on the floor of my room, and I'd forgotten to set it aside. My husband picked up my bag, and he's a bit OCD and can't stand a mess, and lo and behold, a condom fell out. Now, this would have easily caused a misunderstanding, except he had a dream forewarning him about something happening through me, and that condom stands in between me and getting my ass divorced and the paranormal. How did the stupid thing even get in my bag? Also, we didn't have any condoms in the household at that very moment. I wasn't home when that happened, and naturally he was a bit upset, so he stayed out of the house and told me to look at the pack when I came home. I did. I was like, meh, what is this? And told him to haul his ass up home soon. And no, I wasn't cheating. Cheating is a very tiring game. I tossed the condom aside and totally forgot about it. S, on the other hand, was determined to check the condom. It was sealed, but the contents didn't feel like a condom has been in it. He tore the pack open, and the contents were hairs, sand, some red beads, and pieces of what looked like tiny fragments of a rock. I'm really not sure what spell is binded in that condom, but I think whoever that person is, it's meant to break my marriage apart. I'm adamant that it came from one of his friends, but why? Because regardless of how qualified S is, he hasn't been successful with job finding for the last 3 months. Luckily, we're a 2-income household, and I was able to carry my family for the last few months. Stressful, but doable. He has this friend who constantly is checking up on his well-being, and I have a feeling that it's just to ensure that S is down on his luck and all that. That person often contacted S, and even when S replied sarcastically, that friend kept messaging him over and over on the pretext of getting him to an interview or a job. I've decided to read some prayers over and over by myself. S has just started a new job this week. Nothing significant happened to me, and whatever was trying didn't succeed. Join the ranks of those who dare to question the norm. Paranormal M brings you face to face with the unexplainable. Subscribe and turn on notifications to be part of our community of truth seekers and witness astonishing paranormal encounters. Dog sitting gone wrong. It's been a while since I've experienced any paranormal activity in my life. And this happened a day and a half ago, and because I hadn't had any experiences recently, it scared the crap out of me. I was watching my dad's dog, Charlie, for a week, and a bit while he was in the hospital. Nothing bad, just a knee replacement. I was staying in his new apartment, which was an old Victorian house converted into 3 apartment units. My dad lives on the 3rd floor and attic, which used to be the servants' quarters. It's a really nice, newly remodeled home with lots of character. The bedroom and bathroom are separate from the rest of the apartment, with a set of about 5 stairs leading down to it. The week started off great. I dropped my dad off at the hospital and said goodbye to my fiancée and headed over to the apartment. I figured it would be a great week of relaxing. I work from home now, so I'd be able to work from the apartment and take care of Charlie. Charlie is a big golden doodle mix, about 12 years old now. He's a gentle giant who loves taking naps on his heated bed. The first few days I could hear creaking, scratching, and banging at night, but I chalked that up to the house being old and just it being noises. Charlie didn't seem too bothered, so it didn't set off any alarms. My fiancé came over on the 3rd day to help me clean up the apartment. My dad is recently divorced, so he doesn't have a great grasp on personal hygiene or cleanliness. We set to work and started moving furniture to vacuum, mop, and started sanitizing the kitchen and bathroom. Halfway throughout the cleaning, Charlie started to get unsettled. He had been fine up until this point, but he was now just anxiously pacing the hallway in front of the stairs to the bedroom. I tried to get him to go outside and pee, or to at least show me that what he wanted to do, but he wouldn't even budge from the stairs. My fiancé was just starting to get frustrated with Charlie because he was crying and barking at nothing. He went to move Charlie, and as soon as he touched his collar, Charlie ran howling into the room. At this point, my fiancé was done. He ran into the bedroom after him and chased him out. He shut the door, and we went back to cleaning. We assumed that there may have been a rat or something in the bedroom, so we brought a trap. My fiancé had to head to work the next morning, and it was a long commute, so he went home around 9 p.m. I was still in the kitchen prepping some microwave meals for my dad for after he got back, and Charlie still hadn't given up on the bedroom and was scratching at the door. I took him for a walk so he would settle down, and when we got back, he gave up and went to sleep. I decided to just head to bed too because I was exhausted. I was on the pull-out couch in the living room, so I set up some TV to watch while I fell asleep. I woke up around 2:30 a.m., desperately needing to use the bathroom. I was a bit hesitant to go into the bedroom after Charlie's reaction to it. I didn't need a rat running over my foot while I was peeing. So, I uneasily relieved myself and went back to the living room. When I got back, the TV was off. I had left it on, and it had been on when I went to the bathroom. I went to turn it back on, and I could see the outline of someone on the TV screen. They moved behind a wall as I watched, and I freaked out and ran to the bedroom to call 911. I thought for sure someone had broken in. Charlie was barking loudly at this point, and I'd let him into the room with me to protect him. The police got there in a few minutes, but honestly, it felt like forever. I explained everything to them, and they searched everywhere. There was no forced entry, no footprints, nothing stolen or broken, and no evidence of anything. They left an officer parked outside the apartment complex for an hour after the incident. I was able to sleep a bit after they left, but only with Charlie on the bed with me and the TV on. The next night was the last night I was able to stay there. I woke up around 1:30 a.m. to scratching on the bathroom door. It sounded like Charlie had trapped himself inside. I went over to the door and flung it open, expecting Charlie to run out. There's nothing behind the door. It was the bedroom. He wasn't in the bedroom, and the scratching had been occurring only a second before I opened the door. I checked the bathroom. Nothing. I turned around and saw him anxiously sitting, watching me from outside the bedroom door. I walked toward him just as the door swung shut slowly from the inside. It was black in the room, and I was terrified. I ran for the door and opened it quickly and almost ran into Charlie. I grabbed my things quickly and got Charlie all packed up and threw everything in the car. I had forgotten his leash, so I went back into the apartment. I could have sworn that as I was leaving, I could see a person in the TV screen again. I said to myself, screw my landlord's rules about no dogs. There was no way that we were staying in there anymore. My fiancé thinks I'm overreacting and isn't really too happy about having a 120-pound dog in our home, but I couldn't do it. I talked with my dad the next day, and he said that he's never had any experiences in that apartment, but that Charlie has really never liked the bedroom or the hallway leading to the bedroom, which is where I saw the person. I told him I'd never stay there again. Charlie is very happy here with us until, my dad gets his things out of the inpatient rehab for his knee, and my fiancé can suck it up for 3 more days. I'll still have to go over to walk Charlie, but I'll never go back inside. It's been a while since I had experienced any paranormal activity in my life. This happened a day and a half ago. Because I hadn't had any experiences recently, it scared the crap out of me. Story number 2. Our fur baby is protecting us from the grave. We recently lost our baby girl, Missy. She was a special kitty. She lived with me for 10 amazing years after I adopted her from the shelter. Her old owner had passed suddenly in the home with her when she was 6 years old, so she had a hard time trusting me at first. It took almost 2 full years to get her trust in me enough to pick her up. Despite how difficult it was to get Missy to warm up to me, she was so loving. After she did finally warm up, Missy was a cuddle bear. Even if she didn't want to be touched, she always wanted to be in the same room with us. She slept on the bed every night, sort of took over our laps whenever we were sitting, and constantly would pat our heads and play with our hair. Missy was fiercely protective of us, too. Anytime we were in pain or sad, she would find a way to cheer us up. She was clumsy, so it wasn't too hard to make us laugh. The night she passed was the hardest night of my life. Her heart failed from an infection that we had been treating for a few weeks. We decided then and there to save her from more suffering. We told her what was about to happen, and instead of her fighting the vet and us like normal, she curled up on my lap and peacefully went to sleep before we could even euthanize her. She went out on her own terms, in her mama's lap, sleeping peacefully. That night we noticed that all the paranormal activity that we had been experiencing was silent. Nothing happened. The next day we were expecting the usual slamming of cabinets and shadow figures in the hall, and instead we saw Missy laying on the couch watching us. That night we woke up to some rustling sounds only to feel her jumping on the bed. The rustling noises stopped immediately. We didn't see her that night, but we knew she was there. The activity's been at a standstill for almost a week now. Every once in a while, we see a flash of Missy out of the corner of our eye, but nothing else has happened. I think our baby girl is protecting us in death. I just hope she's found some peace in death. Fly high, little bean. Demon in the Nursery. Recently, I was asked by my cousin to babysit her 3-year-old daughter and her newborn. We'll call the 3-year-old JJ and the newborn W for the purposes of this story. My cousin and I are very close, and I was even a bridesmaid in her wedding. JJ loves me, and we always have such a good time together. My partner decided to stay at our apartment for the weekend while I was away at my cousin's. My partner and I have experienced many changes recently, including a new house, new jobs for both of us, and the loss of a close family member. We've also been experiencing an escalation in the paranormal activity happening at our new home. It had been quiet when we moved from our apartment to the house, but in the last month, it's gotten far worse. Grief and changes in schedules can increase activity, or so I've heard. So getting out to babysit was a welcome change. When I first got to my cousin's apartment, everything was great. We caught up over tea as the girl slept for an afternoon nap. Cousin headed out around 3 p.m. and would be gone for 2 nights. She was worried because this was the first time that she had been gone away since she had JJ. JJ was done potty training. W was 4 months old and bottle fed, so I reassured her everything would be totally fine. Her ex-husband would check in once on a Saturday to take the girls for lunch, and I was pretty experienced in babysitting. The night after dinner and bottle feeding was done, everyone was changed and in bed. I sat up to watch some TV. I popped on some Narcos and fell asleep sitting up. I woke up to a really loud commercial, only to watch the TV shut itself off. No biggie, it was a smart TV and probably had a timer. Then I heard JJ. She was babbling away to someone, and I could tell that she was pretty unhappy with whatever was being said. Her voice was whiny and sounded like she was going to cry. I figured she was having a dream, so I went to check on her. When I got to the room, her light was on, which was unusual. The only light in the bedroom was a 5-foot-tall floor lamp that had a button that was far too high for her to reach. She's only maybe 3 feet tall, and the button is located at least 4.5 feet in the air. There's nothing surrounding the light that she could have climbed on, and nothing that she could have moved to stand on it to reach it. She was crying and was motioning to the ceiling, saying, "Zaza, he scares me." No one she's ever met has had the nickname Zaza. I checked with my cousin the next day to make sure. I got her back to sleep and shut off the light after trying and failing to get more information out of her. I decided to stay up a bit to listen for her to get up and fiddle with the light. It was around 12 a.m. now, and I heard JJ moving around in her room. I heard something scrape across the floor and thought, "Ha, gotcha." As I ran to the bedroom, I opened the door and saw darkness. JJ was fast asleep with her face smushed into her plush toy. Nothing in the room had been touched. I freaked out a bit thinking that I was hearing things when I heard W start to cry. I quickly closed the door so JJ would wake up. W was absolutely inconsolable. She kept staring at the ceiling and crying so hard that she could barely breathe. I saw in the corner of the room that her nursing chair was rocking back and forth, and it was in the middle of the room instead of against the window. I moved it back and stopped it from rocking and quickly grabbed W. We went to the kitchen, and I just held her, not knowing what I would do. I fell asleep on the couch with W and a baby bassinet next to me, and woke up with JJ sleeping soundly next to us. That whole day I took the girls out and had some fun with them at the park, library, and a parent-toddler group. Their dad came to pick them up, and I asked them about what had happened the night before. He knew that our whole family had had experiences with the paranormal for most of their lives, so he said it might be just a close family member who passed, just checking in with us. That put me at ease and let him take the girls to lunch. I used the time to clean up the apartment so my cousin could come home to clean the place. I then took a shower to wash the child's stickiness off myself. This is when I realized it wasn't my deceased family member. The family member who had passed away wasn't vicious and would never play a prank on someone if they knew that it would scare them. While I was in the shower, a hand visibly touched the curtain and smacked it before dissipating. I cried for 2 hours until the girls came home and sat on the balcony. The whole time. I was seriously contemplating packing everything up and taking them to my house. That night was pure terror, expecting something to happen every time there was a noise. I made up a bed for JJ in the living room where I was sleeping and brought the bassinet out again for W. I cranked the TV and kept playing the remote so the TV wouldn't time out. The girls seemed uneasy as well. Around 11 p.m., the girls were asleep when we heard the most awful scraping and dragging noise coming from the nursery. I told JJ to leave it and stay with me. I tried to ignore it, but it was obviously just trying to get my attention. I turned around for 2 minutes to grab W, and JJ ran into the nursery. I forced myself to follow after, and when I got to the door, I saw a shadow in the corner of the room next to JJ. She was trying to reach out and touch whatever it was and was babbling away about wanting mommy. And yes, I'm a good girl. As soon as she made contact with the shadow, I watched her ponytail swing back violently as if it was being pulled by someone, and she flew backwards onto her bum. She was screaming, I was screaming, and we both ran to where baby W was to grab her. I drove over an hour with both girls back to my home and to the safety of my partner. I took everything I could with me and called my cousin the next morning to let her know what had happened. She was crying and said that she had had some scary occurrences lately ever since our family member had passed. It only happens about once a week or so, but she has apparently been touched by this entity in the shower multiple times, has seen it manifest in the living room and the girls' room, and has had it skewing with the electronics in her apartment. It's been over 2 days since I returned the girls to her, and she's had no experiences since. The girls are doing well and sleeping throughout the night. I hope it stays that way. The fact that the entities in our lives don't even leave little children alone scares me. I want kids one day. I don't want a baby growing up being terrified by whatever entity has latched itself onto my family. If anyone knows who Zaza might be, please let me know. I have a feeling it's either a demon or a bad spirit. Old work ghost and new experiences at home. If you've been following my stories, you've probably heard of my old work ghost. If not, long story short, is that it harassed me and my coworkers until most of us quit. There was one person who stayed behind, my old boss. Unfortunately, he's been experiencing some pretty terrible things on his own, including being scratched and possibly bitten. He has been keeping me updated on the paranormal activity in the store. Multiple new employees have quit, leaving him understaffed. This has led to him basically living at the store, which has increased the exposure to the activity. I decided to return to the store one last time to buy a couple of things after my last doctor's appointment in that city. The first thing I noticed was that my boss, we'll call him H, was looking really tired and pale. H is normally very outgoing and happy. The second thing I noticed was the mess in the store. There was a brown liquid spill on each of the white cupboards next to the cash register, dust on every shelf, inventory everywhere, and half of the locked shelves were open. When I asked H about the mess, he just sighed and said that he couldn't keep it clean anymore because of the activity. Apparently, the ghost has been creating messes and leaks throughout the store. Every time H cleans, the ghost messes it up, so he stopped cleaning it completely. While I was in the store, we could hear random knocking noises, and when H was cashing me out, we heard a loud yell coming from right beside him. A couple of online ordered bags were just thrown off the counter at him, while I was just browsing, and the music paused a bunch of times. When I was exiting the store, I turned to look through the front window and saw a man standing behind H. I had been the only person in the store for an hour and a half before I left. I'm glad I never have to go back. At home, the entity's gotten bolder. Around 3 a.m. every night, my partner gets pushed out of bed, violently. He now has bruises and cuts from landing on the nightstand every night. It's been a week of him being pushed consistently. When he gets pushed, you can tell it isn't just him rolling off the bed. He lands a few feet beside the bed and has been awake a few times to feel 2 hands violently shoving his shoulder. We resorted to getting a railing from his side of the bed. This hasn't stopped the shoving, but it's given him time to put his arms out so he doesn't fall on his face. I've been waking up at 3 a.m. every night for the last month to something sitting in the middle of the bed between my partner and I. I can see the dent in the mattress, and I can feel it shifting around as if it's getting comfy just before shoving starts. The scariest thing about the nighttime activity is seeing both my partner and my cat reacting to whatever it is that's in the apartment. I almost wish I was going crazy so that I could just take something to make it stop. The last experience I'll talk about today happened yesterday. When my partner and I were at work, an old resident in our complex who has dementia broke into our apartment. According to his wife, he thought that it was their apartment. They lived directly below us, so that kind of makes sense. He had gone out for a walk and ended up at our door. Someone had left the door unlocked, or possibly the entity had unlocked it. When I got home, I heard my partner's Xbox playing the Halo theme and saw someone sitting on the couch. I immediately closed the door and called 911. I knew my boyfriend wouldn't be home till 10 p.m. and it was only 5. I wasn't about to leave it to chance that it was just the entity and not a real person. The cops found the old man sitting on the couch talking to someone in the corner of the room. Apparently, my cat had been sitting next to him watching the corner intently. His wife came to apologize last night and said that her husband had been talking non-stop about the quote-unquote shadow man from upstairs before he had gotten into the apartment. She said that the man had been bothering him for a long time, and that now her husband was petrified of the ceiling in their living room ever since that he was brought back home. She kept nervously looking behind me while we chatted. I kept trying to pry information about the complex and its history from her, but she rushed the conversation. The fact that 3 people are now having experiences with the same entity is freaking me out pretty badly. Haven't been able to have them come cleanse the apartments since she's just had her second baby. I'm going to try cleansing the apartment tonight myself, but I don't think it'll do much. I know what I saw, but I don't know what it was. When my husband and I first started dating about 10 years ago, we lived in Huntington Beach, California. This is a well-developed suburban area, typically upper middle class, and has no undeveloped places or open lots. Anyway, we were driving to the beach. I was driving, and he was passenger. I still remember the exact street we were on, Edwards, heading toward Warner Boulevard. Anyway, we were sitting at the red light. We both looked over to our right at the same time and saw this thing. It was all gray and walked on 2 legs. There was no hair, fur, or tail. It wasn't facing us, so we just saw its back. It was too small to be a grown person. Instead, it was like as small as a teenager, maybe that. It wasn't wearing any clothing, completely naked. It was walking off the sidewalk and into the sewer systems, which were basically concrete V's that closed up into bigger and small enclosed tunnels. We both instantly looked back at each other, eyes wide open, and said nothing. We looked back, but it was gone. Traffic started moving and we drove through the night. I don't think we said anything to each other except, "What was that?" To this day, I asked my husband what he thinks it was. He'll nervously say that it was maybe a monkey or something trying to convince himself. But we both know that it was 100% not a monkey. Anybody ever seen anything like this in an urban area? The radio has a mind of its own. In 2016, my uncle passed away due to a heart attack. Or at least, that's what the autopsy reported. I was 13 at the time, and this man was like a father to me. My biological father dipped as soon as he found out that my mom was pregnant with me. My uncle lived with my mom, my grandma, and me. We were all extremely close, and my mom had finally put down the bottle after years of excessive drinking for an entire year. Her brother encouraged her, and it made her push harder. To be there for him and in her right mind. Sadly, it's the only way that she knew how to cope, so his death kind of triggered her to drink again. I'm not mad at her for it, I just wish that she had a healthier way to deal with things. My uncle suffered with depression, seizures, and some other medical conditions. Life was not going so smooth for him the past couple of years before he passed. I'm now okay with the fact that he's gone because he's probably at peace now, and that helps the grieving process. But here's my paranormal experience. It was about a week after he had died, and the household was feeling a lot of pain at this time. I had to find things I wouldn't normally do to distract myself. So I turned on a soccer game and got on FaceTime with my best friend. This is the weirdest thing. My uncle had a radio in his room. Not once did I ever see or hear him use the radio. Yeah, it was plugged into the wall, but like I said, I've never heard the radio be turned on. When the game reaches halftime, I decided to run to the grocery store and get a snack for the rest of the game. As I'm grabbing the keys in the kitchen upstairs, I begin to walk toward the front door, and this is when I hear the radio. The most random station was humming in the background, and I wasn't sure where it was coming from. I listened closer and realized it was coming from his room. I told my grandpa to come check it out with me, and in the dark bedroom where he died, the blue light displayed on the radio, and it was shining, and the noise just poured out of the speakers. I knew it had to be him because his death was extremely fresh. It had literally just been a week. This had also happened again when my family was in the room. We were just taking a look around and suddenly the radio turns on again. My grandma then unplugged it, and it's been off ever since. I'm a conduit or something. It started when I was young. My father noticed an old man's spirit who would appear around me often. Then when I was about 8 years old, it took a nasty turn. Me and my brother were about to watch my first ever horror movie. He was about 14, so he was perfectly able to show me paranormal activity, right? Before we started, he said that he needed to make popcorn, so he went to the kitchen. After a few minutes, I got worried and went to see where he was. I saw someone walk down our stairs, right beside the kitchen, so I called out his name and followed him. I saw him turn the corner at the bottom of the stairs to head towards his room, so I followed again. I then saw him walk into his room. I called out again, and all of a sudden I heard him calling me from the upstairs with popcorn. I was so close to the room, and that thing, I screamed for Zach, who eventually ripped down the stairs. It took quite some time to recover from that. Let's fast forward a little bit. So when I was in grade 7, I started my emo phase. You know how it goes. My buddies thought it was hardcore, so I decided to amp up the whole edgy thing. Started telling everybody I was an insane Satanist. Started carving unholy symbols into my body, all of which are still scars that I have. At some point, I wasn't even lying anymore. I was finding old rituals around grade 9 and started getting solid responses from certain rituals. I'd go on to do rituals with pals and prove spirits exist. Once we had a clear sentence, spoken to us clear as day. So I was kind of a cool person to have around, kind of like my own little form of magic. Grade 10 rolls around, and I've sort of stopped the whole satanic thing, but the spirits didn't stop. At first, we thought I had schizophrenia. I had kept seeing weird black shapes that would disappear after I blinked. Like a weird humanoid shape in my classroom that would disappear after a few blinks. So one day, my parents take my sister to her dance lessons, and I haven't had a schizophrenic attack in a while. I'm gaming with my friends, and I gotta go piss, so I head over to the bathroom. Straight across from the bathroom is my mom's room, and her bathroom. Her bathroom door was closed. I pee, and all that, and when I'm finishing, I start hearing a sound. It legit sounded like hell, like moaning, groaning pain, sadness, mourning. I step out of the bathroom thinking I'm gonna die. A person is in the house and I'm alone. As I step out, I notice the bathroom door in my mom's room is open. And then I look and see what I personally believe to be a Wendigo walking down my stairs. I know they only exist in the woods and shit, but maybe it was a stray or hungry. Had no fur, no antlers. I'm in Canada, by the way. It totally could have been a ghost, but I'm not sure. Looked whitish and fleshy and tall, like 8 feet tall. And it was looking for something. I waited till it had gone from sight and called my parents. I just barricaded it in my room. They rushed home, took my sister out to dance for the day, and we took me to the doctors. I wasn't schizo, they said, so I don't know what that was. Fast forward a few months, and my friends that I've shown some spirits to call me. His friend is possessed. She wasn't, or I guess she wasn't faking it. She did a lot of cocaine and didn't want her parents to find out. But we did a Ouija board at the cemetery, and I believe that's where the most prominent spirit attached to me. After that cemetery visit, the girl started acting entirely different, throwing up, seducing my friend in front of her boyfriend, legit flashing boobs and all. I instantly felt a presence after a few hours that we sent her home, and I forgot about it. Next, I did a thing for my friends and had some stuff move, guitars detune, whatever. Then I had an incident where I was on FaceTime with an ex, and on FaceTime we had something lock me in place and show itself to me while I was paralyzed, and she witnessed the whole thing. But now is where we get into current day, super weird things. I started dating my current girlfriend, soon-to-be fiancé, about a year and 4 months ago. I'm currently almost 19. We've been living together for 6 months. I moved in with her, and everything that's happened to me has followed. Whenever we argue about stupid small things, our door opens on its own. We hear the latch unlatch and see the crystal doorknob turn. It spooked us a few times, but always ends with an argument. Lights turn on and off. It's kind of normal for us now, but we had an experience that kick-started more terrifying ones. Many, many more. I was playing guitar with a good friend, showing him how I've improved. As I'm playing, the guitar starts to cut out. No biggie, right? I'm just using an old tube amp, that's kind of normal. But then it cuts out entirely, and through the silence, we heard a small child yell, "Hey!" at us, as if to grab our attention. Then the guitar started playing again. All of a sudden, sound was just turned back on. So we quietly left the room and talked about it with some people. A few days later, after my girlfriend's family patronizes me about how they're clairvoyant and connected to the spirits. Sure, guys, it's not like me, the literal beacon knows what he's saying. And how I'm not having an active imagination. I have another experience. I go downstairs to grab some weed and stand in a pitch-black hallway before our bedroom to text my girlfriend. As I'm texting, our door opens for me. As I turn to it, slowly but surely. I instantly tell her, and we're convinced something's up at this point. Then, as I was alone, playing some VR game, with no voice lines or dialogue, and as I'm trying to reload a gun, a magazine just randomly floats into my gun. I jokingly said, "Thank you," and heard someone very clearly in front of me in the room, "You're welcome." I ripped the VR off and thought I was tripping out, but I wasn't. The room door was open and was slowly closing. A few days goes by. My girlfriend is freaking out. She heads to work, and I hop on some VR again. Something happened again. Very scary, like seeing it, but it was traumatic, and I can't remember quite what happened. It shook me up pretty bad, but I'm pretty sure I felt it touch me. Saw its feet underneath my nose in the VR. I don't know, don't quote me on that specific one. When I visit my mom at her place, lights always flicker off when I walk by in front of her. She remembers all these stories from me saying that I've seen something and I'm terrified. She believes something is latched onto me. And she also believes I can see the dead, even if they don't want me to. There's many more stories from us leaving mirrors facing each other for weeks and seeing weird things with that. Many of me being touched, my girlfriend being touched, and stuff being thrown and pushed in front of multiple people. There are also malicious stories, which I was going to write about while mentioning the cemetery, but I know even these mild stories won't really be believed. My shadow person encounter. I'd always been certain of what I saw, but when I first became aware of shadow people as a commonly reported phenomena, any doubt I had about the incident disappeared. So many people have tried to tell me what it was that I experienced, and that maybe it was just a dream or simply brushed it off with that look that says, "This guy's either nuts or lying." And honestly, it's time that people start taking victims of paranormal visitation at their word. In an age where we're starting to wake up to the fact that victims of all forms of abuse deserve a voice and representation, it's sad to see so many people disregarded as mentally ill or quote-unquote confused just because their experience lacks an accredited scientific explanation. My experience was not as extreme as some that I've heard from others on various paranormal forums and podcasts, but it's definitely affected my life in a number of ways. And to have a source of so many anxieties and frustrations in your life disregarded as a dream or a fiction leaves a person feeling very alone, unable to really explore their trauma because the subject is so taboo, and very few people are willing to take your account seriously and help you search for answers. This is my story, and I assure you I have nothing to gain by bringing you a false account. I just want to put my testimony out there so that other experiences or experiencers can know that they are not alone and they are probably not crazy. There are things in this life that we don't really have a scientific explanation for, and humanity is not the only sentient intelligence that operates in this world. Beyond that, I really don't know a damn thing, but accepting that fact is the first step in beginning to fully understand the nature of this world, or any others that may exist. The first time I saw it, I was about 8, maybe as old as 10. I was living in a dingy little house in Clear Lake, Iowa, in what you'd consider to be a trashier part of town, and it was a small tourist town. My room was at the end of a long hallway, on the right side of the hall if you were looking toward it from the kitchen on the opposite end. Across the hall, the left side, was my toddler sister's room, and in the middle of the hall on the left was the door to my parents' bedroom. One morning I got out of bed and started moving toward the kitchen. When I was just about at my parents' door, looking toward the kitchen, the figure appeared. It sort of leaned into the hall from the living room, which was adjacent to the kitchen. It was a tall black figure, Black as in pitch black, but sort of smoky and hazy, like it was just a bunch of compressed black smoke molded into a human form. Everyone seemed tall to me as a kid, but this thing certainly seemed taller than my parents, who are about 5'5" and 5'6" respectively. The only distinguishable feature on the being were two glowing red eyes, just like circular LEDs on its face. They didn't really seem to be the size or shape of a human or of a human eye, but truly round and glowing brightly. This detail I'm sort of fuzzy on, but that's what I recall. From the moment it leaned into view, the thing was just watching me, and when I saw it, I stopped and watched it back. I wasn't exactly scared, but had the distinct impression that this was all that there was to do, to watch. I knew this was normal. I knew this wasn't something that I should be seeing in the real world, and I was uncomfortable. But all in all, the thing was non-threatening and didn't make any advancements on me. It just stood there for a minute or two and then leaned back out into the living room. I didn't follow it to see if it had disappeared. I just went back to my room until my parents woke up. I never quote-unquote woke up from this experience. My day progressed seamlessly into a normal day. I knew this was not a dream because I was very familiar with my dreams. I had constant night terrors in this house, but I'll get into that later. The point being, the kinds of dreams I had were more distinctly bizarre and surreal than this experience, and I always woke up with an understanding that what I had experienced that night was just a dream. This was not the case that morning. If I was dreaming that morning, then I'm still dreaming because I never woke up from that. The second experience was just as brief, but a bit more menacing. I can't say how much time passed between the two events, but this incident was in the dead middle of the day, in full daylight with other people in the house going about their daily business. My mother was in the living room, and I just walked into the kitchen and toward the hall. I was now standing approximately where the figure would have been in the first occasion, looking down toward my room and my sister's. Suddenly, the figure appeared. This is where it gets really bizarre, because the thing actually crept out of my room. I mean, this thing was literally creeping, like some old-school Scooby-Doo villain walking on tiptoes with its arms raised and hands bent toward the floor. If you get what I'm illustrating here, you probably laughed, because it was just as goofy as it sounds. It crept from my room into my sister's room, which is what really freaked me out about this event. The whole event was over in just a few seconds, moving in this bizarre manner. It had its head turned toward me the whole time. From the moment it crossed the threshold of my door, its eyes were already on me, as if to say, "Yeah, I'm here, straight creeping around your house, and there's nothing you can do about it. No one's going to believe you." I had already told my mom about the first sighting, and of course she dismissed it as a dream or an overactive imagination, so I didn't bring it up, but I was really scared that it had some sinister intention with my sister. I do remember her having some nightmares around this time, which I heard from my room, her crying to my mom about how the creature from the Black Lagoon, a movie we watched often in our household, was standing in the corner of her room. I asked her about this years later, but she doesn't remember any details on that. That's it. That's all I saw of this quote-unquote shadow person. But there's another element to my life at this house that I feel might be relevant to what I experienced. As I mentioned earlier, I was prone to night terrors while living in this house. Vivid but bizarre nightmares that almost always had something to do with being chased by various demons, monsters, etc. I'd need a whole post just to describe the details of these dreams, but I later on realized that some of these occasions I had actually experienced some sleep paralysis and astral travel. I think that's a pretty woo-woo term to use, but that's the lingo people use, so I'll stick with it. One recurring type of dream that I had went like this. I'd be lying on my bed, everything seeming completely normal in my room. As it was in waking life, But I'd get this feeling, this instinctual understanding that something horrible was about to come through my door. I'd start to panic. But I would be unable to move my body. So rather than use my arms and legs to physically leave my bed, I would, through a sheer force of will, hover off of my bed and float to the corner of the ceiling as out of reach as possible. Nothing else was really different about my room in these experiences except that dread that something was trying to get in. Another night, I had a similar dream where I woke up in a familiar room to find a tall, hairy man standing above me, reaching for me. I had the strong sense that this skinny ape-like man was there to take me, and I remember doing my best to resist him. But the ending to that dream is fuzzy. That shit freaks me out to this day, more than the shadow person encounters, because this hairy man thing, pretty common occurrence in high strangeness research. So I can't help but worry that there's some real reality to that experience. I bring these dreams up because it seems that maybe vivid nightmares in certain locations, this only happened in that house, that also have reported paranormal activity indicates a relationship between the two. If you subscribe to the idea that these beings feed off of fear, quote unquote, then it seems plausible that the two are connected. Sleep paralysis. The woman in my closet. When I was in high school, I had my first experience with sleep paralysis. I was in a van on a high school trip and was sleeping with my head pointed down. When I woke up and realized I was still asleep, I frantically tried to jerk myself awake. It felt like I couldn't breathe, but I woke up before I tried to yell. Episodes like this one continued, but only when I took naps. However, I had never experienced anything paranormal during these episodes. I quit taking naps, but it didn't matter. My worst ever experience was in my childhood home. I fell asleep laying on my back and I woke up to the closet door opened. It was open just enough that I couldn't see inside. But I felt like something was in there. I tried to move my head, but I wasn't able to. I so badly wanted to get a better angle so that I could reassure myself that nothing was in there. The door opened a bit more to reveal a face. Now, let me tell you, I'm not exaggerating at all when I say that this face looked like, for lack of a better word, an old woman who had severely abused methamphetamine. She shot me an unnaturally wide grin, to which I could see the detail of her rotted gum line. We had this intense connection to one another. Just from one glance, I was able to tell that she knew I was paralyzed, and my own fear was fueling her happiness. Ew. I didn't see her reach for it, but the door slammed shut so hard that I felt it shake my bed. Then I woke up for real. I assumed I had a terrible dream and didn't sleep well the rest of the night. I woke up the next morning and went to grab some clothes to get dressed after a shower. Because I had a small room at the time, I kept my dresser in my closet. I went to grab the doorknob and I pulled it straight out of the door, pushed it back into the door and managed to get the door opened. The other side of the doorknob was against the wall in my closet. The only thing that made sense to me was that something slammed my door so hard that it broke the screw that held the doorknob together. I asked both my parents and my sister if they were in my room that night before. When they said no, I explained to them what I had experienced and what happened. My parents thought that I was just making stuff up to scare my sister and completely disregarded it. After all, this wasn't the only time that things out of the blue had occurred in our home. My mother and sister were often frightened about certain things that happened in the house, and they believed them to be paranormal. My stepdad was the only one that would 100% try to diffuse these situations by saying, "We have an old house." He eventually started to notice these odd occurrences as time went on, but that's a story for another time. 4 or so years later, I live in a different town and smoke weed every night before bed because it keeps me from dreaming, and because I like it. I don't think anything's followed me from that house, but I think it knows when I'm back home. Strange occurrences, deliberately nonspecific. Firstly, many years ago now, I was attending college and sharing a 2-bedroom apartment with a friend. The woman who is now my wife was regularly staying in one of the bedrooms with me by the point of that time in this night. I had woken up in the middle of the night, roughly 2:30 I believe, but it was many, many, many years ago now, and looking up, I saw a shadow in the corner of the room that was in the shape of a man looking towards or away from the bed. The shadow was somewhat taller and narrower than my roommate, so I was sure it wasn't him. Not that he had ever spent time in my room, let alone in the middle of the night. So I reached over and made sure to have my hand on my wife to verify it wasn't somehow her there, and feeling her asleep next to me, I rolled the direction to grab the handgun from the nightstand. With the gun in hand, I looked back up to an empty corner. The initial strangeness passed almost immediately, and I simply placed the handgun back on the nightstand and went back to sleep. While in class the next day, it occurred to me that the corner adjacent to the wall was the only window in the room. Therefore, even if there had been a man standing directly outside that window, there'd be no way for that perfect head, shoulders, body-shaped shadow to project onto that corner. All the same, I concluded that it was simply a product of my own being, not completely awake in the middle of the night, until I got home and talked to my wife that evening. The first thing she said when I walked into the apartment was to talk of the strange dream that she had the night prior, and ask if I had gotten up in the night and gone to that corner for some bizarre reason. My response being I hadn't left the bed, but had seen a humanoid shadow. We concluded that she'd seen the exact same thing I had, only roughly 30 minutes further on into the night. Her being a confirmed believer in ghosts, she assumed that it was such. While I enjoyed reading and watching videos on the supernatural, I'd experienced no such things myself at that point, and still wouldn't call myself a believer in ghosts. We went about our evening thinking no more about the strange shadow until my roommate got home later into the night. Being a very boisterous individual, he walked through the door yelling, "You guys won't believe the crazy shit I saw last night," and proceeded to tell the two of us about the shadow man that he saw in the middle of the night, directly opposite the wall my wife and I had seen the shadow. We of course told him about having seen the same thing, and we all went, "Whoa," and I continued to think of it as a shared hallucination. As it happened, we had another friend who would stay one night a week with us, having only a single day with a morning class during the week. He would then head to his home about an hour and a bit away after class until the next week. He had done that a handful of times to this point, and had been there that night, but none of us talked to him again until it was time for him to come down again the next week. That next week, instead of seeing him, I get a phone call saying that he wasn't going to be staying the night with us from then on, having decided to simply wake up extra early and make the drive down the same morning of class. Somewhat put off, it took some prodding for him to eventually grudgingly admit that he had seen a shadow of a man standing at the edge of the kitchen, looking over at him laying on a futon in the living room the previous week, and was bothered enough that he didn't want to spend the night in the apartment ever again. That night he had seen the shape obviously, and it was the same night as the other three of us. I never had any other even remotely paranormal experience in that apartment, nor anywhere else. And that was for several years after this night. And despite every person I tell claiming it was a ghost, I again simply won't say that. In my mind, it was just the oddest of coincidences, a shared bit of half-asleep trick on the brain that we all experienced on the same night. And I don't know that any of us ever reported anything weird the rest of the time that we were at that apartment. The next thing, though, really bothers me. It bothers me to the point where I have to avoid telling people since it happened, and to my knowledge, my wife has too. A handful of years back, my family of 4 was in our SUV heading to my in-laws to let the kids stay with them for a while and give my wife and I a month alone, and this happened on the way over with all 4 of us in the car. We had been driving for a few hours and had stopped for a bathroom break and a soda, and we were sending my parents a text message to update my parents on the journey right before pulling back out of the parking lot and onto the freeway. We were due to change roads in 10 or 15 miles, with the interstate separating into a spur road via a large arcing overpass, going from the route that we were on to begin onto the new road. Chatting away with my wife after what felt like 20 minutes, I asked her if I somehow missed the interchange and all the associated signage because it felt like we had to have made a few miles already. As soon as she confirmed that she too didn't remember having passed that turn, yet we passed a sign welcoming us into the next state, not only had we missed the road that we were supposed to merge onto, somehow we were 40 miles or so away from that road. At the first exit we came to, I just pulled off the highway to go back over the situation. I checked my phone, remembering I had texted my parents right before getting onto the highway, and it had been 30 minutes since I sent her that text. I pulled up Google Maps on my phone to verify what I already knew in my mind, which was that we were miles from where we should have been, or ever could have been. Somehow, in a vehicle that won't even do 100 miles an hour, we've gone 60 miles in only 30 minutes. Not knowing what else to do, I called my parents, but was only told to watch my speed and pay more attention. They wouldn't or couldn't understand that speeding to achieve that sort of pace wasn't mathematically possible, much less when I had the cruise control set just over 70. I don't expect to find answers to what happened that day. I've no idea what such an explanation would look like, even if there was a rational one to be had. There's nothing else strange about the trip. We phoned my in-laws and told them that we would be late taking the new way, quote-unquote, to get there. Just to the point of wanting to put it out to some place like this, where even if people laugh, it's no big deal. So there, you have the 2 strangest things that have ever happened to me in my life. One to me, again, is nothing. The other unnerves me years later because I just can't rationalize it. And the only other responses have been bemusement and disbelief. Getting recurrent nightmares and more. Even though I had some paranormal stuff happen when I was young, it's nothing that I would say really is. Although the real stuff starts from about 1 year ago. My mother, who's a Christian, was cleaning an old church and found some bottles of, I suppose, wine, dating from around 1500. I didn't really care, but one of them looked like a rum bottle. Being a lover of all the pirate stuff, I decided to keep it. Apparently, that was a big mistake. She had to go to work afterwards and left me alone at home for 5 days. The first one, I sort of heard footsteps all around the 3rd floor in the evening, being on the 2nd myself. At first, I thought it was my cat, but after closing my door, I heard the footsteps go down the stairs really fast and a loud bang on the door. I didn't fall asleep the whole night because I just couldn't. I wasn't even afraid and really wanted to just find answers, but thought it was better for me to just be careful and watch around me. I started getting chills and the room got stupid cold for the next 2 days. In the morning or the 2nd day, after things had calmed down, I went for breakfast. I could feel someone was here, but probably thought it was just my brain making stuff. While I was making my bowl of cereal, I saw my cat meowing at something, even trying to put his paws on it, like if someone was there. I remembered seeing an article on how the face recognition on a phone worked, and how it can see things that we don't because it also detects faces made by magnetic fields or some shit. So I did the stupid thing of using it, pulling out my phone and my photo app, there was a fucking face being detected right there, right where my cat was looking. In front of a white refrigerator, so no other reason for it to detect a face. Came back a few days after to check if maybe I detected some face on the fridge, did every angle, found nothing. I stood there, not moving. The kitchen got stupid cold too, and the chills were back. The square suddenly got bigger, implying the entity or whatever it was getting closer. Put my phone in my pocket, went really fast to the exit, took my dog with me and went for a walk. Coming back after about an hour, I opened the door to enter. I had COVID a few months back and still didn't get the smell back, but I could smell the worst frickin' scent of my life. This was a corpse smell, and living in the countryside, I'm used to having bodies of dead animals, so I know that smell. I immediately went to my mother's room, took some holy water, and kept that little bottle on me because I had another interaction. Then I took a few crosses I had in my room and put them next to my bed and my desk where I was about to spend the rest of my day. The room got less cold. I heard bonking on the ceiling multiple times and my door opened for no reason. Although I slept well, probably because I was feeling safe and just really, really tired. The next day came as the big day. I decided to look for the cause of it all, and after feeling how fucking cold that bottle was, I knew it was his fault. I'm sorry. I tried and think of how I could get rid of the entity in it. Okay, I think he's thinking there's an entity in this bottle that was cold. The text is brutal here. And went to take salt and more holy water. Putting the necklace with the cross I was offered by monks, I brought the bottle in my living room. I could hear sounds like if something tried to get up and go somewhere as fast as possible. Thinking the entity was probably coming, I put the bottle on the ground, threw holy water and salt on it. And not really knowing what else to say, I asked God for help and if he could stop me if there wasn't the right choice. I took the bottle and threw it on the ground. As it exploded, I heard like a gun being shot and got scared the shit out of. For the rest of the week, nothing happened. I told my mother, but of course, she didn't want to believe me. A few weeks later, as I helped clean the church out, the guardian of the place told me that his great-grandfather was killed during World War II in that church with a Sten, a German automatic gun during the war. There also were reports of an old man walking in the cemetery next to the church at night. Now, I don't know the relationship between a man being killed in 1940 and some bottle of the 15th century, but after looking up some videos, the sound of the Sten was definitely the sound I heard when the bottle exploded. To end this, I didn't get any more truly paranormal activity since then, but I've been getting recurring dreams of death. Mostly the one where I have a car crash and the other I kill myself. And possessions, having people being possessed in my dream and try to kill me. Even had one where I could feel the bite of something onto my neck when suddenly waking up, but it disappeared 5 seconds after. But worst part is that sometimes, even during the day, I suddenly feel someone watching me, always from the same spot in my room where there's a chair. I don't know why, maybe I'm just getting crazy, but every time I have nightmares, I feel exactly like I'm being watched, right as I'm getting up. So yeah, that's all. Although it's pretty long text already. If you have any idea on how all of it worked out and why the hell I'm getting this feeling and nightmares at least once or twice per week, just let me know. Also, if you think this isn't paranormal, I would still love an explanation of the different things. Because for me, if it's not something from another world, it just doesn't make sense. Prepare for a journey that defies logic and challenges what you thought was possible. Paranormal M is your guide to the world of genuine supernatural stories. Don't miss a single eerie episode. Subscribe and enable notifications now. Civil War era ghost follows us for miles. Many years ago in basic training at Fort Knox, Kentucky, our unit was doing the land navigation course. The course is designed to make sure soldiers learn how to read a map, and you're tasked to find locations, and once at that location, there is a code that you need to write down, thus proving that you actually found it and make your way back. There is a day course and a night course, both out in the middle of the woods in Kentucky. We set up at the day course site and completed it without incident. However, our drill sergeants, being masters of efficiency and laziness, decided that instead of moving everyone, including themselves, to the location of the night land nav course, they would just make us walk and navigate us there on their own. This added about 2 miles in each direction to our course. They did allow us to start our course early, so we could at least get to the starting point before dark. We were paired up into teams of 2, so me and my battle buddy, in parentheses BB, planned out our route. One location was in the middle of nowhere in the woods, and the other was a far distance away, but it was along a dirt road. Knowing that if we moved quickly, we'd still have sunset light to work with, we went to the middle of nowhere location first, as it would be the hardest to find, whereas the one along the road next to a cemetery we figured it would be easy to locate even without any light. We found the first location without too much difficulty, but the sun was quickly setting and it was becoming twilight. As we made our way back out to the road to the second location. By the time we made it to the cemetery, it was pitch black, and the sun had already set. We also only had one flashlight because in the infinite wisdom only a basic training soldier can have, my BB didn't think to bring his flashlight for the night navigation course. We ended up circling around this entire Civil War era cemetery before we finally found the location marker. We wrote down the code we needed and began a very long walk back to the day navigation site. Luckily, it was a straight shot down the road, so we didn't need to worry about getting lost or trying to get through the thick woods at night. However, only about a mile down the road, I began to get this feeling that something was following us. I looked behind us but saw nothing. The further we walked, the stronger the feeling got, as if it were slowly getting closer and closer to us. I asked my BB if he felt anything, but he gave me this confused look and began to get very annoyed as I'd turn around and point the only flashlight behind us rather than keeping it ahead of us. The feeling of dread kept getting stronger, and I repeated the Lord's Prayer in my head several times to try and calm myself, or make this thing go away. As the feeling of dread reached a fevered peak, it suddenly dissipated. I didn't feel anything behind us anymore. For a split second, I was relieved until it dawned on me that the reason I couldn't feel it behind us anymore was because I was walking right alongside of us. Or rather, it was walking alongside of us. It dawned on me that either this is all in my head, or my BB is really not sensitive to the paranormal. As the now 3 of us walked for about another mile till we reached our campsite at the end of the nav course. Once we reached the camp, the feeling I had went away, and I just relaxed and managed to catch some Z's. Since I never saw anything, and it was just a feeling, I would have chalked it all up to just being a paranoid thought in my head. But the very next day, I went to talk to a good friend of mine in our unit about it. Before I could tell him my story, he began telling me about a series of weird things that started happening in the camp that night. And I'll never forget when he said, "Yep, it all started to happen just after you got back." Annie's Friend. One summer weekend, my parents, my god-siblings, 3, 6, and 10, and their parents had decided that we would go to these cabins at one of the national parks in our province. These cabins weren't creepy or anything. They were actually kind of busy. We rented out 2 rooms for our families. At the time, I was about 15 or 16, the oldest kid in the bunch. So naturally, I became the babysitter for the younger ones, including the baby and the toddler. This was fine because I was well versed in taking care of kids, and I love my god-siblings. The 10-year-old decided to stick around as dad, so I was left with a 6-month-old and a toddler. Which, for a lot, that's already a horror story in itself. But we're talking about the supernatural encounters, real ones, that we've experienced. So with the baby in my arms and the toddler following me, I decided to go out into one of our rooms. The room, as soon as I walked in, I noticed a painting of a forest, a lake, and a red canoe. Something drew me to this painting, despite how ordinary it seemed. Like something that just blends into the background, adding some color. But not enough attention. Yet I couldn't take my eyes off the painting. Under that painting was a single bed. About 3 feet to the right was a queen bed, and in the corner at an angle was a dresser with a large vanity mirror. Tired from the long drive, I sat up in the middle of the queen bed with my back to the mirror. My toddler little god-sibling, let's call her Annie, wanted to play. For the purpose of this story, I'll use my real name because it actually matters this time. So Annie climbed onto the bed and started jumping and giggling and having fun, as kids do. But her newborn brother hadn't slept yet and was looking a bit restless. I checked to make sure his diaper wasn't full. He wasn't hungry. I figured maybe he was just tired, so I told Annie to go over to the other bed if she wanted to keep jumping. At least it was against a wall, and it'd be safer for her to do so. She complied and continued to play on the opposite bed by the painting. This didn't last long, and she moved right to my bed to continue jumping. Then I noticed the baby was looking around the room, his attention fixated on something. I asked Annie to stop, and she did. She sat in front of me, and suddenly she went serious. She told me she was playing with her friend, a little boy. I thought nothing of it, maybe an imaginary friend. The baby continued to follow something with his eyes, no matter how hard I tried to lull him to sleep. "Look behind you. Someone's behind you," Annie said. I felt chills run down my back and my gut wrenched, and something felt wrong. I shook my head and laughed, played it off. The truth was, I didn't want to look. I was holding a newborn in my arms, and I had a toddler. My parents and godparents were busy starting the fire and cooking our food. My only option was to run, if anything. I joked with her, teasing her and telling her that, no, someone was behind her. She giggled at me and shook her head and said, "No, he's behind you, my friend is." And writing this, I'm still getting the chills because I know how this unfolds. So bear with me. My fight or flight instincts kicked in. Holding the baby in one arm and Annie's hand with my other, I rushed out of the room and brought them to the fire pit. My dad snapped a few pictures of Annie by the fire and a large black dog. Mind you, Annie hates dogs, but she loved this random, rather large campsite dog. Her parents were shocked too to see her petting the dog, following it around, because she'd usually cry and scream at the sight of any dog, even a chihuahua. The night slowly turned in, and we retreated back to our rooms. The whole family gathered in the first room I had mentioned, my mom standing at the door. Annie between her parents on the queen bed. She was crying, waiting, and panicking. She looked at me, and the words that came out of her mouth were, "He's dead. Alex is dead. He's dead. His whole family died." And she pointed at the painting. There. I looked at her. My name is also Alex. I'm a girl, I told her. Annie, no, I'm right here. Mom and Dad are here with me. We're not dead, we're okay. She proceeded to cry, still panicking and shaking her head. She was terrified. She looked at me again and said that it wasn't me, it was Alex, the boy she had been playing with. Then she looked to my mom and asked why she brought a white dog with her and what his name was. There was no white dog in the room, but Annie could see it standing next to her. Her fear was enough to make us leave. Not 12 hours at that cabin, and we left. She remembers that day very clearly up until now. She's 11 now and still remembers the events. She doesn't understand it, but she knows exactly what she saw. I can't tell her the truth because it doesn't really feel right. Maybe like it's the right time. We looked at the pictures my dad took of Annie by the fire, and there in the background is a faint view of a little boy standing with her. We thought it was the smoke from the fire, but with the next pictures, it was clear that it was not smoke. It was a young boy. In other pictures, there's also a floating orb in many of them. Nothing wrong with the camera or the lighting. An obvious orb in our pictures, all near Annie. Family thinks our 100-plus-year-old home is haunted. I grew up in a small community in Ohio, where most of the homes were built in the early 1900s, including my family's. My bedroom was also in our finished attic, and from the time I moved in to the time that I left for college, I couldn't sleep up there by myself in the dark. I always felt an energy that someone was up there with me. I also would get up before everybody to get ready for school and our bathroom, and would be genuinely scared because I'd feel someone watching me from the hall or hear footsteps when everyone was still in bed. I'm 29 now, and while my mom was visiting me a couple of years ago, we were talking, and I just jokingly said that I always felt weird energy in our house and felt like I saw figures out of the corner of my eye. She looked at me and said that she's felt the same thing for years, and she started telling me stories about all of her experiences that she never shared with us growing up because she didn't want to scare us. One distinct memory is when my dad was gone for business, but she heard footsteps and her bedroom door opened. She thought it was one of us kids and pretended to still be asleep so we wouldn't wake her up. After the door closed and she didn't hear any commotion, she said that she got up to see what we were getting in, only to find us all asleep still. She also lost one of her diamond earrings in the basement over 10 years ago, and we couldn't find it anywhere. A few months ago, it shows up one morning on the kitchen table, and no one knows how it got there. We also will hear out our front door, and we'll hear something open. And that's a heavy old door with a distinct sound. But we'll go out to find no one's there, and the door is locked. TVs used to turn themselves on in the middle of the night. The power would go off and then on again. Though perhaps the electrical stuff could be attributed to being an old home. But lots of other small things like that. Anyway, this prompted us to look into who's lived in the home, and we're in fact the fourth family. We found an obituary in the local paper from the 1940s about a boy named David who was 19, and it said that he passed away from illness in his home at, in parentheses, our address, surrounded by family. He was one of 5 or 6 boys of this family who owned the home for quite a few decades. We think he may be a spirit still in the home, but we feel like he looks after us, and he's not malevolent. A lot of the quote-unquote activity happens or happened when my dad was away, so we think maybe he looks after us. We've owned the home for more than 25 plus years at this point. I don't get so spooked after finding out who we think the spirit is. Who or what was this shadow person that I saw when I was younger? It started when I, a female who's 18, was around 7 years old. Honestly, if I'm being realistic, I can't remember when it started, but all I know is that it was around my 7th or 8th birthday. All I can remember about it was that it started when one night I couldn't sleep, and where my room was, my window faced my street. I live in a roundabout, or a court, some may call it. I would usually look out my window, just to look at the surroundings. But out of nowhere, one night I started to see a man standing at the front of my house. If I'm being honest, I really was pretty scared, but not that much, and I was just curious to see who it was. So me being the 7 or 8-year-old self that I was, I tried to figure out who it was, so I opened my window and asked who he was. Remember, I wasn't scared, and my room was on the 2nd floor. After calling out, I didn't get a response, and I would end up realizing that I couldn't even see his face, even though there was a light post right across the street that shines really brightly. After that, I was a bit scared. So I went to sleep, but after that night, I would end up seeing him most nights. I don't know how many times a week I would see him, but if I was being real, probably a good 4 to 5 times a week I would see him. I've always sort of been bad at sleeping, and I'd often do things to keep me occupied or tire me out, so looking out the window would cure that. But with this guy standing there, it wasn't helping. The only thing that I could describe about him is his figure. I couldn't see his face, but all I did see was eyes. But eyes that had been red, or at least had a red tint to them. He also had a type of hat on him, and it seemed like he had a cane. Basically, think of how Abraham Lincoln dressed. I don't know, that's the only reference I can think of right now. I would end up seeing him for a good 5 years, if I recall, till one night when my parents were arguing in the basement. I looked out my window and he wasn't standing in front of my house, at the foot or the edge of my driveway, like he did every other time, but he was at the side window. And he was at the side window of the front door. For more detail, when you enter my house, you can only go upstairs or downstairs. So when I saw this, I panicked and ran downstairs because I was terrified that he was going to enter. I ended up knocking on the door to the basement, but my parents never heard me, and I ended up crying and going back to my room to see where the man went. The last time I saw him was when I looked out my window and he was reaching for my door, and then I think I blacked out. After that night, I didn't see him anymore and haven't till this day. I can't explain why I saw him or what it was, but when I told my parents about this a few months ago, they didn't believe me and told my grandma, and she said it could have been a spirit or some sort of shadow person looking for me. I was scared to hear this, and it's been kind of on my mind ever since. I worked in a cinema built on top of where public hangings used to happen. So let's begin. It'll be a long read to some, as I don't want to tell you a lot about it with a half heart. Back when I was 17, I applied for a job in a spanking new cinema that was new to my city. There was a lot of hype about it, and it was a well-known brand, and known for being in the upper league of cinemas. I popped along to the interview, and to my surprise, got the job as a cinema host. My duties involved serving guests, selling tickets, cleaning screens and toilets. Basically a bit of everything. I'm a movie nerd, so I couldn't wait to start. This cinema was part of a massive regeneration of the city, and was welcomed by the whole country for creating job opportunities. Now, where this new complex and shopping mall was, had a bit of a history to it. Way back in the day, this plot of land is where public hangings used to happen for convicted thieves and convicts, some as young as 9 and 10 years old. In fact, it wasn't until the late 90s or early 2000s that hanging was permanently removed and replaced with some modern metal sculpture. When I say the location was removed, it was kind of a circular platform that was locally called the bandstand. After the bodies were hanged, according to history, they were then wheeled a short walk away and dumped. This is what the cinema and shopping complex was built over. Now you know a little bit about it. Let's move on to the happenings within the cinema, as that's what you're here for. In each cinema screen, there was night vision CCTV installed. It was useful for the ushers spotting teens misbehaving mainly. The cleaners used to be the first ones in the building each morning before us cinema staff could come in. One morning I came in for my shift, and a few of the cleaners were sitting around the confectionery tables trying to calm one of the female cleaners down. She seemed really upset about something, and I assumed perhaps it was the death in the family. I didn't want to intrude, so I went to start opening up the popcorn bins. This is when I overheard one of them say to the others something along the lines of, "She isn't lying, she's telling the truth. I've seen it too." This woman was deeply shaken. I mean, she looked like she had just seen a ghost, as us humans would put it. Little did I know, she literally did. Long story short, it all came out that this cleaner had witnessed a ghost in the biggest of the 12 screens. She claimed she was cleaning the stairs when she looked up and seen a man sitting on one of the chairs, but she knew he wasn't real. As her story goes, she quickly fled the screen and ran to the other cleaners crying. Don't blame her. Myself and other staff members thought it would be a good idea to rewind the CCTV from the screen and see if we could see anything odd. As we watched her clean the steps with a brush and pan, and then you could see her slightly look up in the middle seats, freeze fixated on something for around 5 seconds, then drop her brush and run out of the screen. What was incredible to see on the CCTV was a sort of mist in the area that she was staring at. Me being me, put it down to dust, maybe a glitch in the screen spotlights. But this domestic cleaner was certain that there was a man sitting in the screen by himself. The story quickly spread around the cinema to the point that our management pulled us all in and told us that we needed to stop talking about it. And that was what happened. It was a trick of the eye. We didn't dare tell our manager that we checked the CCTV, as we know that it's not supposed to be used for nosiness purpose. Little stories here and there would casually pop up from time to time. The next one was one of the male staff members who worked up in the projection room, and they came running down into the confectionery area one evening and swore someone pushed deeply into his back when he was setting up a reel. He was badly shaken and quite the macho man, who used to laugh at us for getting scared of being in certain screens by ourselves. He was in the projection room by himself, so there was no explanations for what he felt. I recall seeing management bring him to the office, and around 20 minutes later, he left and didn't come back to finish his shift. A few days after that, we were told that he wouldn't be working in projection anymore, and instead would become an usher. We were shocked as the pay was a lot less, but that's what he did. Someone asked him what on earth happened, and he point blank refused to talk about it. Rumor has it that his back was bruised from this firm push, but I can't confirm nor deny, as I never seen it. The cinema was so bright and flashy. When it was bustling with guests, it never had a negative vibe, or maybe we were just too busy to notice it. However, the staff-only areas had a different feeling to them, and when guests would leave, the entire place had a different impact on you. It would feel cold, and you ever get that feeling that someone could just jump out at you at any point, so you're kind of always on edge? That. I would get goosebumps in areas that weren't cold, shivers in screens as if someone was brushing past me, when I would be standing in them to make sure that no one was fooling about. I just keep playing it off as other possibilities, which is what I'm good at doing. This next part is the longer version of another post I wrote last night on a thread. One night I was closing with around 7 other team members. I was team leader at this point, hence it being my responsibility to close up. It was around 12 a.m. and I gathered the staff outside the doors while I was locking the main doors. Just as I was about to do so, we all heard loud creaking of one of the public bathroom doors opening. The creak was long, as if someone was very slowly pushing it open. The creaking sound was well known to us, as you'd constantly hear them open and close with guests using them and kids slamming them. Another team member dropped out in bags and headed into the ladies' bathroom to check it out, assuming a guest had been left behind unwell or there were kids messing about. However, our protocol was to check each screen in public area before confirming with management that the cinema was clear. But then again, mistakes can happen. We were heading into the ladies' bathroom and each of the loo doors were closed, apart from the disabled. And that was the larger one at the very end. It was wide open. I called out, "Hello?" But nothing. We both walked down and peered into the little cubicle, and there was no one. Confused and freaked out, I decided to call the mall security to check the place out for us. Along came 3 security men, and they checked everywhere. But again, nothing. No one. All our staff, or rather our staff-only doors, were coded, so no one could just run out of them if they were messing about. The door that was wide open wasn't loose. In fact, it was stiff as hell. There were no drafts, basically no reason for it to give out this long, chilling creak. We closed up and laughed it off as we all went about our separate ways. But that particular chill stuck with me each time I'd be in them toilets. You could explain this one as just poor lighting or electric works, but when it happened to you, it was fucking awful. When we would load up the trolleys to take the rubbish out, you would bring the trolley down the basement and out into the loading bay. As you were underground at this point, there were no windows. The long basement corridors had them censored lights that would make a clicking sound as they turned on, detecting your motion and movement. One evening, myself and a colleague were taking a trolley down each, and we exited the lift. The lights came on. As we walked along, we were chatting about something or other, and the next minute, the lights went out. It was pitch blackness to the point that I couldn't even see my colleague. Our work radios that were attached to our belts started giving off the worst feedback sound, so we immediately turned them off. My colleague grabbed my arm and we both just stood there. I recall rattling the metal trolley to try to get the lights to detect movement, but nothing. I asked her if she had her mobile on her and to use it as a torch, but she didn't, as we weren't supposed to carry them on us, and mine was in the office on charge. We agreed if this was an electric outage, we should feel the walls to get back to the lift and back upstairs. Now, looking back on the situation, we must have looked like idiots, but we held on to each other and felt the walls back to the lift and elevator. Remember, we honestly couldn't see a damn thing. We were in a concrete tunnel with zero light source. We could only see the dim light of the elevator button. We pressed it as soon as we did. All the lights came back on. We left the trolleys there and went up and explained what happened. According to the mall security, they had no knowledge of an issue with lights in the basement. Yeah, maybe it was just a dodgy coincidence, but it was terrifying. Thank God I had my friend with me, as if I think I'd been alone, I would have passed out. Another time I was in the storeroom just sorting through a big delivery early in the morning, around 7 a.m. I was the only cinema employee in at the time, apart from my manager, who was in the office, and he was a male. My work radio buzzed, and a somewhat young female said, "Could you come to the basement?" It was a voice I didn't recognize, and it was clear as day. The voice said it in a kind of playful way. I stopped in my tracks and headed back to the office, thinking along the way that maybe my manager had his kid in. I walked into him and he looked up at me as if to say, "You good?" I asked him, did he have anyone else in the building with him that may have a radio? He didn't. He had a radio on his desk beside his coffee, and all the other radios were on the charging stations. I explained to him someone asked me on the radio to come to the basement, and in our shock, we just laughed. What else do you do? You go to the basement, of course. So we headed to the basement and no one there. We were both totally spooked, and at that point I honestly questioned my sanity, as I know still to this day what I heard. Other stories from employees I heard but never witnessed were such. Staff members seeing shadows in the sections behind the screens, hearing voices next to them when there was nobody there. Unsettling feelings when doing fire checks along the fire escape routes and access codes on doors buzzing to say a code was input wrong, even though there's no one trying to use them. Another messed up story from a girl I worked with and that I'm still close to. She was on usher duty one day, and a man came out of a screen during a film to tell her that there was a man seated behind him and his wife, who kept kicking their chair and whispering. My friend apologized and went in and up the stairs to tell the man to stop, but there was no one there, and no allocated seat purchased for that location. Her and the man assumed that he had snuck out, but while checking the CCTV, you can see the annoyed man turn around several times, assuming to tell this man to stop. But the CCTV, there was no one. I have no idea what's going on in my house. Okay. So the first known time this thing happened was like 2 or 3 years ago. I was coming home from detention. I had after school that was about an hour long, and it was about 4:15 in the afternoon. As I'm literally stepping foot through the door, my brother and his friend walk into the kitchen. His friends look at me and say, "How'd you get downstairs so fast?" I was confused and just said that I just got home. He started acting weird with me, being like, "Stop messing about that. Were you just upstairs in your bed?" I just said I kept telling him that I just got home, but he was dead set on the fact that I was just asleep upstairs. My brother then went back upstairs, and I just assumed that he had forgot something at this point. My brother just hadn't said a word to me when we talked about it later on, and he said the reason that he went back upstairs is because he saw me too in the bed and was checking to see if anyone else was in my room. Since then, multiple people have seen me or something that looks like me around the house. It started off as just being me, but recently my friend has seen my brother a few times. Once I actually heard her say hi to him in the kitchen, and I thought she was saying hi to me, so I went into the kitchen to see what the fuck. And she just said, "What the fuck? Where did Riley go?" He was stood there at the sink. I was laughing because I was sat in the living room, so my brother would have had to walk past me to get in and out of the kitchen. So again, I thought that she was joking at first. Then I remembered I'd never even told her about the past experiences like this. I honestly have no idea what's going on at all. All I know is something keeps presenting itself as if it's me. And sometimes my brother to people. And it's getting pretty creepy. Does anyone have any ideas on what this thing might be? There have been so many little experiences that have happened in my house, and nearly everyone has seen something. Not a single one of my friends has stayed over, and no one experienced something. Not a single one of my friends have stayed over and not experienced something. So here's a couple more examples. Me and one of my best friends were sat downstairs at like 1 or 2 a.m. and she had fallen asleep, and I was still watching TV when the door to the kitchen started rattling a little bit at first. I blew it off because it does that sometimes due to the slight draft from my front door. But then the handle started shaking aggressively like it was being messed with. I woke my friend up and told her that we were just sleeping in my room. And instead, we fell asleep with the door closed and locked, which I don't normally do, but my sort of friend just couldn't sleep unless it was dark at about 3 a.m. So my friend wakes up and tells me my door just opened. I looked and my bedroom door was wide open, but it was locked from the inside, and there's no way to open it from the outside. It also could have just been her because I have a single bed, so we were pretty cramped to each other. I would have had to get her out of bed to open the door. Another small thing that happened, very often. My great-grandmother passed away a couple of years ago, and because my bedroom is extremely small, my Nan, her daughter, gave me my great-grandma's wardrobe as it's very small and could easily fit. I also have my grandma's engagement ring, which she gave to me when she was still alive. When I tell you I hear knocking from this wardrobe every day and every night, I kind of made a joke out of it. And we'll be like, okay, come on, nah, Laura, stop it. And it'll stop every time I tell it to. There's also a specific corner in my living room, and it has a big leather spinning chair in it, and has always given me the strangest feeling, like very uneasy. One night, me and my brother and 2 friends were sitting watching TV, and no one was sitting in that corner, when all of a sudden one of my friends looked over and screams, then starts covering her eyes. I started covering my ears and freaking out a bit, because I was startled. When we asked her why she screamed, she said she saw a tall, dark figure of a man stood in the corner behind the chair. There's loads more that have happened in my house. And none of it seriously creeps me out, apart from whatever that thing is that keeps appearing as me or my sibling. Something about that makes me very uneasy. I used to work at a haunted psychiatric hospital. For some background, I've been a behavioral health nurse for about 12 years, and my first job was at a freestanding mental health facility in the South. This facility is pretty uniquely constructed, as it was originally a plantation owned by a wealthy Irishman who emigrated here sometime in the 1700s. The original plantation house is still there and is now used as a business office, and the hospital itself was constructed to be attached to the house. If you explore the campus, there's a small graveyard with the owner's original tombstone as well as some other family members of his. Additionally, there is a sign that says something along the lines of, "This is dedicated to the slaves that worked and died on this plantation." Anyway, one of the stories that have been passed down among the employees there for decades is that a young girl in the Irishman's family, one of the daughters of his grandchildren, passed away on the plantation at a very young age, and that her ghost still lingers around the house and the facility, and that there are certain patient rooms that have an unusual amount of paranormal activity. One day I was walking past one of these rooms, and in my peripheral, I saw a young girl who looked to be about 9 or 10 years old sitting on the bed. She was wearing a colonial-looking dress, appropriate for the time period in which she was alive, and looked me directly in the eyes when I turned to look at her. I was incredibly startled and my mind raced for a few seconds trying to convince myself that she wasn't there. I walked a few feet past the room, gathered my courage to go back, and she had disappeared from sight. She didn't have any ethereal qualities, nothing otherworldly or strange. She literally just looked like a real person sitting right there in plain view. During my time there, I never heard of anyone else who had seen her as clearly as I did. But every once in a while, one of my coworkers or a patient would experience something strange, like doors opening and slamming shut. I remember one patient in particular that ran out of the room, white as a sheet, and said that while he was lying in bed, his bathroom door slammed on its own. It was loud as far as I heard. It was all the way audible from the nurse's station itself. This patient was there for addiction and had no history of hallucinations. I saw an actual ghost. This happened a few years back, and I was around 9 or 10. I was out of the country in a hotel type of a building, and they gave us the whole top floor. There were 3 rooms, and we only used 2 for one night. This was a long, long time ago, so I don't remember a lot of the details. But I woke up in the middle of the night, and my siblings were in the room. I tried turning the nightlight on, but it didn't turn on. On one of the walls was a woman, and she was like 3D, like, a human, but it was like in a 2D, I don't know, sort of like when you watch an HD TV and the woman was blonde. And the weird thing about her was that she had like a blue filter over her, and her mouth was wide open, and she looked really angry. Her halves were also pressed against something, and it looked like she was trying to get out, or like she was scaring something with her hands. But she was also moving, and her hands were moving in circles along with that. I ended up running into my parents' room and sleeping there. That really freaked me out, as it was kind of an actual human. And there's not really another explanation other than a ghost, or maybe a projector, but I'm like 89% sure that it wasn't. There was another instance, me and my sister. We used to share a room, and our bed was like 1 meter apart. I saw a shadow pass between our beds, and now I see them all the time, but in the corner of my eye. This was right in front of me. Anyways, I got a bit freaked out, but kept scrolling on my phone. The light was off, and my sister was in the room like 1.5 meters away from me. Suddenly, I see an arm or a hand reach out and grab me. My phone, it was the hand up to the elbow-ish. I literally freaked out. You didn't scream, but you jumped right up thinking, what the fuck? I just saw like this literal arm coming at me, like it looked like a real one. Those are the only proper experiences I had. I once saw a bright white light coming from nowhere and had someone call my name, and my friends in her house both heard it. But other than that, I kind of just see shadow everywhere. You wanted to share, since I'm pretty sure that the people I told only like half understand. My haunted life. I have a lot of stories from places I've been throughout my short 22 years. Ever since I was a toddler, I've been experiencing paranormal. Long post warning. Here's story 1. There was this apartment I was staying in with my older sister, my mom, and me. I couldn't have been more than 3 or 4 years old at that time. And this was the strange encounter. I had an imaginary friend named Charlie. My mom didn't think anything of it, till one day my mom's best friend had come over to visit us. I don't know how or what I must have said to my mom and her best friend, but basically to the effect of, "Mommy, Charlie's under the counter." And sure enough, my mom and her best friend checked where I said, and the name Charlie was written. It had been from a long time, according to my mom's best friend who told me this story. Maybe Charlie wasn't so imaginary after all. Story number 2. I was turning 9 or 10 when my mom and sister, stepdad, stepbrother, and I were staying in a 2-bedroom apartment. Everything was living there for the first few months till things got weird. One day I was in my sister's room when I heard the radio button click on, but I was home alone at that time. I walked into the living room where the radio was and I turned it off. The radio again, just as I was walking back to my room, I hear it click on. And that would keep happening the duration of time that we lived there. Here's a bonus story. I and my stepbrother were home alone in my room watching a movie, and then we heard a radio click on and we both looked at each other. We both went into the living room and there was no one there. But I walked over and hit the button to turn it off. Bonus story 2. I was sitting on the couch in the living room on my phone, and for whatever reason, something told me to look up, and I saw the radio button get pressed slowly. Mind you, it's just me in the living room. Story 3. This one night in the apartment, we all got woken up to hear noise of my mom screaming. All 3 of us, me, my sister, and my stepbrother, came to our parents' room. My mom woke up with 3 long claw marks down her arm. Story 4. I woke up late and I missed the school bus. My mom called and asked me to take out the new puppy to go to the restroom. And that they were gone and running errands and wouldn't be back for a while. I took the puppy out and we walked back upstairs to our apartment. Just as I was about to touch the handle, I saw the handle turn slowly and the door open, and a rush of cold air hit me, and my puppy barking like crazy. I looked at the puppy and he looked at me, and we both stood there for a while before we went inside. Story 5. At that same apartment, my sister and I had a bedroom closet door, and it would open on its own, and often found it open when in fact we left it closed. Another time I was home alone, I had picked a movie to watch. I placed the over on the dresser and went to the restroom, and when I came out, the movie was gone. I checked behind the dresser to see if maybe it had fallen. It was there, but it wasn't anywhere. Months go by and we're moving out of the apartment, and I go into my room and I see the movie I had from months ago in the place I left it from months previously. Story 6. 2013, I was 13 going on 14 years old. had a dream about a house with green carpet. I was walking upstairs, running my finger along the stair railing, into the stop before you reached the loft. And it was another 2 steps to reach the loft, and I saw another version of me in a white gown, pointing to a room that would later become me and my stepbrother's room. I woke up, and a few months later, my mom and stepdad said they were moving, and that we had a house, and we could come and see it. And we drove there, and it was just like the dream of me running my finger along the railing, and I stood in the spot where the other me stood, and I felt drained. And whenever I stood in that spot, I would collapse unexpectedly and abruptly. Story 7. I was watching Netflix in the loft and fell asleep. I woke up to a loud scratching sound. It was 3 claw marks above where I was above my head. I saw an elder Native American woman in a headdress, and I saw the Nana that had passed above me at the feet end of the couch. I blinked, and they were all gone. Story 8. I was 14 when I had a dream about my mom and sister, and I could see their lifelines. My sister's was long, but my mom was short. 3 years later, my mom passed away. Story 9. I was 18 when my sister had a nephew. My sister had a nephew. I was sitting on the couch in the delivery room when I saw my mom in her green and yellow jacket with her SpongeBob beanie standing over my nephew smiling. She looked up surprised. I could see her, then she vanished. Story 10. Currently in 2022. I'm staying with my aunt and uncle, and I have my room. Ever so often my room door gets opened, and there's nothing there every time I check. And this keeps happening. It happened again last night on my mom's birthday, January 11th, 2022. Mind you, 2 deaths happened in this house last year. One being my little cousin in February, and our grandma in August. I was expecting some paranormal activity. I have no clue if this was following or maybe attached to me. Me and my girlfriend have been seeing a paranormal skinwalker not deer creature for the past 3 months. It just recently disappeared, but my girlfriend says it's speaking to her in her dreams. Anyone have any advice about what to do about this? I live in the rural part of the U.S., in the woods, in a small home. I'm not too deep into the woods. There's a town just a half mile from my home, and the driveway to my house is essentially a straight drive to this town. Why is this important? Because of what I'm going to speak of in this post. This may seem insane, but I've been encountering a diseased deer within my woodland property. This deer has been alive for at least 3 months, and I've seen it 4 or 5 times. My girlfriend, however, claims to see it every day. Furthermore, she claims that this deer is an angel, and that it whispers to her. At first, when she said these things, I assumed that she was just teasing me, as in the past I had suggested it may be a skinwalker or other mythical creature. However, she has quickly become obsessed with this creature. For example, 2 or 3 weeks ago, we were eating dinner together at home. We were eating some cheap gas station hot dogs, as we were experiencing a major power outage and most restaurants were closed. And most of our food was spoiling. She suddenly looked out the window at the forest and began saying what amounted to, "I see it. I see the angel. It wants me to get close to it." She suddenly jumped up and ran outside. At this point, I am freaking out. One of the people closest to me in my life has just proclaimed a completely insane statement and ran outside into the freezing night. I quickly shoved on my shoes and coat, with no socks on, and joined her outside. It must have taken me just a minute to get outside behind her, but she was already about 30 feet away from me and into the forest. Keep in mind, she's barefoot and wearing long pants and a sweater. Catch up to her and she's just staring into the forest. I asked her if she was okay and she just laughed it off and said, "Oh, I thought I saw that deer outside again." About a minute later, we were both back inside. This incident has been rolling around in my mind for a while now. However, I could have shrugged it off as just her being slightly paranoid about her quote-unquote angel deer that she keeps seeing. Or once again, her teasing me. But just 3 days ago, something happened that made me realize I cannot simply ignore her actions anymore. I wake up for no apparent reason at 2 a.m. at night. My bedside is empty and my curtains undrawn. I'm tired, so I don't think anything of it, and just shift around. The second I get comfy and convinced myself that she was just in the bathroom despite hearing no noise, or taking a midnight walk, which we usually take together, I hear a fucking scream outside. I jolt up and have the worst heart palpitations of my life. It's clearly my girlfriend screaming. I hop up and jolt outside with a speed higher than my heart rate's BPM. My girlfriend's laying outside nearly naked, looking up at the sky, pointing with one hand, saying, "He's back, he's back." I'm freaking out now. I literally started crying. I don't know why, I just started crying. The sight of her laying there screaming at nothing made me so worried for her. I brought her back in crying and was debating calling mental health services. I didn't just want to go back to sleep and risk her doing something to herself or getting back up. But she's never had any mental health issues before this. The worst I know of is that she used to have panic attacks and went through an emo phase in college, but after weaning off of the caffeine and panic attacks subsided, and besides the incident of her running outside that other night, she's never had any issues with mental health. So this is all a shock to me. The next morning I stayed up all night talking to her. She just wanted to forget about everything. I asked her if she thought that she needed therapy. She seemed confused about this. She said that she was fine and was just stressed about her future and her career. From that day on, she's never mentioned the dear angel. I thought it was my little sister. Okay, so I was 14 or 15 at the time, and I was living in a small 3-bedroom house with my father, my little sister, 4 or 5 at the time, and my brother, 6 or 7. Myself and my brother both shared a room, and my sister was directly outside of our door, but to the left, both entering the kitchen. At this time, as I stated before, I was on my bed talking on the phone when I heard my little sister moving around in her room, going through her drawers, etc. Now this wasn't so strange, as she would always be waking up and pulling things out of her cupboards, clothes, toys, books. It was just a habit that she had as a kid. After a few minutes of this, I see her walk past my door, wearing a long white nightie into the kitchen. From this point, she's out of sight, but her floorboards are real noisy, so I can tell where she goes. She moves some dishes around and then walks further into the lounge room. At this point, I assume that she went to the toilet. But after her not returning to her bed, I thought she had gone and sat on the lounge, another habit that she tends to do when she wakes up late at night. So, not wanting her to get into trouble, I tell the person on the phone that I'll be right back and proceed to go pull her back into bed. But when I go into the lounge room, she isn't there. So I check the bathroom. Not there either. Strange. On my way back to my room, I double-check her room, and there she is in bed, fast asleep, wearing a dark purple pajama suit. So I don't know what I saw that night, but it definitely spooked me. Also, not the only thing I've experienced in this house. Strange-looking humanoid beings coming out of a field at 3 a.m. So this happened to me as a teen. I believe I was about 16 years old at the time, so about 12 years ago. My sister and I were having two friends stay over for a sleepover one night. It was in the middle of summer, and we lived in a tiny town, actually a hamlet, and we were surrounded by prairies, lots of farmland. My sister and one friend fell asleep fairly early on one night, but my other friend and I stayed awake chatting for a while. We had our mattress on the floor, right by three big windows in my sister's room. We're on the second floor. These windows looked out to the street below, and then across the street to our left was an elementary school. The parking lot for that school was in the middle of our view, and then next to the parking lot, more towards our right, was a farmer's field. So we stay up chatting until 2:30 or 3 in the morning. Windows are wide open as there's a lovely warm breeze coming in. And suddenly my friend stops the conversation and says something like, "Oh, who is that?" I follow her gaze and see that she's looking toward the farmer's field. I see two figures coming out of the field. It's obviously dark. They haven't yet come into the street light. So I can't make out any features yet, but I assume it's just some of the kids in the neighborhood. My friend and I continue to watch in silence as these two people make their way into the street lights and start coming directly toward the house. Now, I really assume it's someone I know, because there's a few teen boys that would often be out late and would come to the house and talk to me and my sister from the window. As they're getting closer, we begin to make out their appearance, and I was truly shocked at how they looked. These two individuals couldn't have been taller than 5 feet. They were identical in all features that we could make out. And I mean absolutely identical. They were both Caucasian or white-colored. They both had totally bald heads, and they were both wearing the same long brown robe with a tie up to the waist. How I would describe it is they sort of looked like they were in monk attire. They were proportional as well. No big heads or big eyes, they just looked like little people. Even though they clearly don't look like anyone I know as they're coming toward the house, I begin to call out to them in a sort of loud whisper, Hey you!" Then I start yelling out names of the different people in town that I knew. I think I was a bit in disbelief and thought maybe it was a prank, all the while my friend is totally stunned into silence. These beings make it just up to my parents' cars parked outside, so we have a very clear view of them now. And then they immediately turn on themselves and go back in the direction of the field. They never once acknowledged my calls. They didn't even look up. But they also appeared to be in discussion with each other, though my friend and I didn't make out any sounds coming from them. We continued to watch them make their way back across the road, and then instead of going back into the field, they start walking down the road. We watch them until we can no longer see them. If you follow that specific road, it just leads to more fields and away from houses. My friend and I stayed up for another hour talking about what the heck we saw. She was very Christian, so she believes that it was demonic. I have no idea. It very well could have been demonic, but also it's just so random. The next day we told everybody, and they seemed to be kind of freaked out, even my parents. I have so many questions. Why did they come toward the house only to turn back on themselves? I've wondered if they intentionally did that, like they knew that they were there and they wanted to be seen by us. Why were their appearances absolutely identical? Why bald, short? Why the brown robes? Also, what's up with being out at 3 a.m. in a field? I have Googled and I haven't been able to find a match. I did find an obscure YouTube video of a lady saying that she was visited by 7 beings that sound exactly like what my friend and I saw, but I haven't found anything else. This lady said that they're interdimensional beings that know the future. Need insight on what I saw that day. So this happened 10 years ago now, but I still remember it vividly. This is when I was 18 years old and lived with my parents and siblings in a small town that was right near the Rocky Mountains in Canada. It was summertime and about 11:30 at night, and it was a clear night with good visibility. We no longer live in that town, but aren't too far from it now. My friend, who was 17 at the time, also lived with us, and she was with me and saw what I saw. At the time, my family and I were part of what we've now come to know as a cult. This is relevant to the story because it's why we're out so late and my parents' door was locked. Me and my friends were told that we had to live with the leaders of the cult at this time. It's irrelevant to go into why for this story, but the cult leader's house was across the back alleyway and a few houses down from my parents' house. We didn't want to live with them, so we would spend as much time as possible at my parents' house and leave very late at night to go to the cult leader's house. So now back to the story. Like I said, it was around 11:30 at night, summertime, clear night. We leave my parents' back door to head to the cult leader's house. My mom locks the door behind us, turns off the lights, and I assume goes to bed. My friend and I walk out through our backyard and are in the alleyway. Our backyard has no fence, it just goes straight into the alleyway. We turn left as the cult leader's house is a few houses down and across the alleyway, with a slow incline and a bend. I'm hoping this makes visual sense. And behind us, the alleyway stretches a good 5 or so houses back straight. Right as we step into the alleyway, we hear garbage cans from behind us, about a few houses distance behind us, being knocked over. I can only describe this kind of like imagine someone clumsily knocking into them and trying to stop them from falling down, so they keep knocking them. Because we live right near the mountains, we're used to a ton of wildlife in town. Bears, cougars, moose. So my initial instinct is that it's a bear and we've startled it. Perhaps while it was getting into somebody's garbage. I immediately panic and I'm wondering if I should go back through the yard and bang on my parents' door, but it's locked. Or if we make a quick break for the cult house, because it's most certainly unlocked. I'm making these calculations very split second because it's all happening so fast. My friend starts saying my name over and over, grabbing my arm. She's looking back toward the garbage cans while I'm trying to plan what to do. Then all of a sudden she screams, and I look over my shoulder. Not really any time to think or process at all, and then I see it. It was huge and flying. It swooped over our heads, maybe 4 feet above us, and continued up higher, maybe getting to about 15 feet. Again, no time to think. We were both screaming and yelling at this point. Here's the kicker. It flew right toward the cult leader's house. It blanked between cult leader's house and the house beside it and flew out of sight. When it banked, we literally saw a clear view of it as the streetlights across the alleyway illuminated it well. Now, I will describe what it looked like and how I cannot fathom that it could be anything other than paranormal. Its wingspan was about 8 or 9 feet long, maybe larger. It was inky black. I mean, just totally the darkest black I can describe. I've never seen anything like it before or since, color-wise. It had no distinguishable features, no feathers, no head, no eyes, no beak, no legs, nothing. The best way I can describe it is if you imagine a huge stingray, minus the tail and much, much longer wings. My friend describes it like imagine a shadow of a large flying creature, but a much more solid, darker shadow. It wasn't transparent. Like if you touched it, you would feel it for sure, or at least you would think you would. It made no sound other than the smashing of the garbage cans, so it definitely was a physical being, and flew so beautifully, so smoothly. The way it banked between the houses was so effortless, and with it being so large, it was impressive. Anyways, we were totally stunned and shocked, and so frightened. We stood there for a short time watching to see if it would come back, but it never did. Eventually, we gathered ourselves and decided to go to the cult house, even though that was the way the creature went, because the door would be unlocked. When we got inside, we immediately went to one of the leaders, the woman, and there was two, a man and a woman, and told her everything as best we could, totally freaked out and shook up. And when we were finished, she paused and looked at us for a while with a strange look on her face and simply said, and I remember this verbatim, "Where there is great light, there will be great darkness." And then she walked off. My friend and I just stayed up for hours by the front window looking out, wondering if we would see it, but we never did, and we never saw it again thereafter. I have since that experience attempted to Google on quite a few occasions, and haven't found anything even remotely similar to what we saw. My second encounter with the paranormal. Shortly after my divorce, I sold my house. My best friend and I found an apartment in a 3-unit building. We had the entire second floor, and below us was a 1- and 2-bedroom unit. None of them were occupied because the landlord had just recently bought the place and was redoing it 1 unit at a time. I worked at a local bar, and he would come hang out with me to cruise for women. Everything started off small. We would come home at 2 a.m, and the smoke alarms would be all going off. The place was sort of the kind that are hardwired. So if one went off, they all went off. The problem was that it was an alarm in the 2-bedroom empty apartment that was going off. We would have to go down in the basement and throw the breaker off to silence it. Once we turned the breaker on, then they stayed off until the next night. Sometime later, I'm not exactly sure how many weeks went by, but I got up in the morning after having been kept away by my roommate pacing and talking on the phone. He always did that when he was on the phone, no idea why. I asked him who he was talking to so early or late in the day, as it was around 3 a.m. when this started. He looked me dead in the eyes, and he said that he thought it was me on the phone. I had heard his voice, and he had heard mine. This happened quite often for a while, but the worst part happened a few months later. I get chills even preparing to type it. I was sound asleep. My bed was pretty much dead center of the room. Something yanked up on my leg and woke me up. I scanned the room, and my eyes stopped at the corner nearest the door. It was eerily dark, almost darker than the rest of the room, and I could tell that something was in the darkness, looking back at me. I was terrified, and nothing scares me. I couldn't find my voice to call out to my roommate. So I just laid there, staring back at whatever was staring at me. This went on for almost an hour, and then I felt it leave. I no longer felt like I was being watched. Not long after that, the other 2 units became occupied, and everything stopped. Even the smoke alarms going off on their own. Make sure to drop a comment about which story was your favorite on today's episode. And just to let you guys know, I've been receiving your feedback, and on my end, I would like to apologize for not only my gecko, which seems to shout at me as I'm reading, but by the fact that I've had all of this audio disturbance while I was performing some of these last videos. I was staying in a small little hut out in the woods, and there is often a lot of electrical disturbances, let's just say. It was actually something that didn't even show up on the audio file, yet you could hear it. So, whether it was the rendering of the file, I would like to let you know, sorry for waking you up. I know that would have woken me up, but that won't happen anymore. Moved into a new spot. Still geckos here, perhaps even more, but no more of that. And also, as a secondary message, I just wanted to let you guys know from the Paranormal M family that we got your feedback about the editing of some of these stories. We're a team here, and as far as any of these speculations go, as far as any editing software in order to make the stories easier to read for me, well, that won't happen anymore. I don't need any punctuation to bring you guys good stories. So, just to guarantee you all of the future stories from here on out, and quite frankly, the last 10 or 12, have all been completely raw and just read by me, your host, Paranormal M. Don't you worry, here at Paranormal M, we hear your comments. And I'm here to guarantee you that there is no use of any AI or editing software. All stories that you're about to hear are true accounts, however they may be written. So get ready to unleash your curiosity and unlock the door to the unknown. I'm your companion on the quest for answers to the most perplexing paranormal phenomena. Don't forget to subscribe and hit the notification bell to embark on this mind-bending adventure. Different premonition. There are a short period in my life where I've been able to predict who I'm going to meet in the day or what's going to happen in that day. It began with my grandma. I suddenly felt that she was visiting at my parents' house, so I called to tell them, and she was already there. Another day, I took the bus and told my friends that we have to have 2 accidents in a single trip. And this is what happened. I've been able to do that one for about a month with teachers, friends, family, and the last one in this period was the death of a family member. And then it suddenly stopped, and I really felt the stop. You cannot do this anymore. And I also remember that when I was very young, maybe 8, I was on my way home from school alone, and in my head, I've said something like, I'm about to find a red kitty in the next street. And guess what? A very sick red kitty. He was exactly how I saw him in my head. I gave him to a family member because I couldn't take him to school, but I just had news. Recently it came back. I was wondering what it would feel like if I had my nose broken. During the night, I accidentally broke my nose, and 3 more times the following month. It may be coincidental, but I'm not convinced. Here I summarize as much as possible, but I've experienced many, many paranormal experiences. This is very difficult to find explanations for. I come from the Occitanian culture, which comes from the old times when French and Spanish culture were somehow mixed. There are some hypotheses, but I'd like to have the point of view of several cultures. Today I learned that premonitions run in my family, and I'm looking for answers. Let me preface this by saying that I'm not per se a believer in the supernatural, but I'm also not a denier either. I take the approach of, there's a lot in this world I don't understand, and I'm willing to give the benefit of the doubt. But one thing that's been bothering me for as long as I can remember are experiences where I would dream about something bad happening, or get an inexplicable feeling of impending doom, which often is followed by notable circumstances happening shortly after, often bad, but sometimes and rarely good too. The most notable example would be when I explicitly told my brother, CW, suicide. Our dad would either kill himself or one of us soon. And soon after, my father killed himself by accident. Brain tumor caused him to accidentally leave a chainsaw running in the car while he was in it. Caused him to suffocate himself. Notably, a good friend of mine had also given me a tarot card reading of death only a month or so prior. They assured me that the card didn't mean literal death, but change. But I had a strong feeling at the time that in this case the change would be death. Some more subtle but notable things would be my gut feelings about people after I just met them, telling me they're a danger, which would later turn out to be correct, or sometimes just knowing that something is very important about being able to explain how or why. Anyway, this morning I woke up from a nightmare, only to immediately be told by my partner, who woke up before me, about the volcanic eruption. We live in New Zealand, so it's relevant to us. This whole day I've just had a gut feeling that something more is coming, so I've been calling my friends and family to tell them to be careful. And I mentioned the nightmare to my mom. That's when she told me that she never wanted to tell me because she was worried that she'd scare me, but that she herself had been having prophetic dreams all of her life, and she's been suspecting for a long time that I inherited the same ability as her. In short, I'm shocked and honestly a bit scared. I don't know what to make of it. My mom is a very, very religious woman and is strictly against anything superstitious. For her to tell me something so openly is a big deal. So many random things are just coming back to me now, which all seem so impossible, and I guess I just want to hear other people's thoughts and stories. Please don't take this as a story to debunk. Again, I'm sure that there are probably perfectly rational explanations for these things. All of this just brought up memories of how my friend's, conspiracy theorist, father made a big deal about how I have a rainbow chakra, or something, and how I sometimes feel like I can see ghosts, even though I don't even strictly believe in them. My eyes catch glimpses of shadows all the time, which I now just jokingly call shadow people. Yeah, I know those are a thing, because they fit the term. Something is in that house. So my fiance used to live in this run-down, extremely old house. We're pretty sure it was actually a barn at one point that was then converted into a home. Well, let me tell you, that house is the most haunted location I've ever stepped foot in to this day. It's been almost 4 years since we've been inside, and we'll never go back. When my fiancée was younger, she was kicked out of her childhood home and went to live with her best friend just down the road. Her room was actually a porch with its own exterior door and a door leading into the living room of the home. Just to set the scene for you a bit, she had vaguely warned me that there was something, quote-unquote, in the house, but I kind of just brushed it off. Well, one night, I went to stay over with her. It was the end of the night, we were both pretty tired, and decided to go to bed. We got underneath the covers, all cuddled up, and not even 2 minutes after turning the lights out, and closing our eyes, it happened. It sounded as if something very large and almost animalistic stomped from the other end of her room right up to the side of the bed and began breathing heavily, almost rhythmically, while staring down at us. I know she heard it too because the breathing began to get faster and faster, and the faster that thing was breathing, the tighter she was squeezing me. I never asked her if she felt the same, but I could feel that whatever that thing was, it was evil. We both looked absolutely terrified and couldn't think of what was looming over us like that, both too petrified to even open our eyes. We just laid there, gripping each other out of pure terror. And then all at once, it just stopped. At the very same second, the loud breathing stopped the air around us, and it just got lighter. I shot up, my eyes darting around the room looking for anything to explain what we had just experienced, but there was nothing, just a dark room around us. We slept with all the lights on the rest of that night. A different night that I was there, a glass of a picture frame shattered and woke us up. We would hear running upstairs in the loft, even though there was nobody else in the house, and whispering that sounded like there was someone just outside the window trying to tell you a secret. Something would bang on the door in between her room and the living room while violently shaking the doorknob. One day, an old baby picture of someone neither of us recognized just showed up on her table, and the nightmares I had when I would sleep there were unlike any I'd ever had in my life. But nothing compared to the fear that I felt the night that thing walked right up on us, watching us in bed from less than a foot away. I'll never forget that. Footsteps in my room. I was 11, staying at my father's place for Christmas holidays. The house and the apartment was new. So was the small neighborhood of identical 4-story houses. I was staying in the kids' room that had a bunk bed. The room didn't have much furniture apart from that and the carpet on the floor, because none of my dad's kids were staying there full time. Until my second sister was born later. Anyhow, I was sleeping on the bottom bed. My dad was in the living room playing video games, and he would stay up till 4 or 5 a.m. I was trying to fall asleep when I heard footsteps on the carpet in my room. Soft footsteps that were walking on the carpet, sounding as if they were approaching me. I was facing the wall, too terrified to look behind me. I never felt such fear in my life. Hearing it became so terrifying that I called out to my dad a few times. He would come into the room, sit with me for a few minutes so I'd calm down, but I wasn't able to fall asleep while he was there. He would go back to playing video games, and the footsteps continued. They weren't audible when he was there. It certainly wasn't the sound from his PC in the living room. The sound was clearly in my room. It didn't sound like the neighbors above either. The sound was too clear and soft. I would call out to Dad. He would sit with me, and again he would leave the footsteps, and they would resume. He became annoyed at me after a few times, so I ended up sleeping on the top bed with the lights on. I remember crying and being upset that my dad didn't believe me. After a while being on the top bed, I started to hear purring. I wasn't sure if it was my stuffy nose or actual purring, but at the time, it really calmed me down. A few months ago, before that cat died, and I was still not over it. So it made me happy to hear that, even though it happened in another country, at my mother's place. So I'm not sure about that sound. I fell asleep shortly after. The footsteps didn't happen anymore after that, when I stayed there. Eventually, my dad rented out that apartment. The only other weird instances that happened there, but not in any other place I've lived, is me sleepwalking when I was 8. My dad told me that I would come out of my room and I'd go into the corridor and stare at the front door. Creepiest thing that's happened to me. So I live in a rural place and in a heavily wooded area. I've always felt totally safe in the woods, even at night. I used to go for night walks all the time. I'm not really a skeptic. I do believe in some paranormal things, though I've never had an experience until this one. Regardless, I still always try to find the most logical explanation, and I don't often feel scared or unnerved by things. This experience, however, really freaked me out, and I've been thinking about it ever since it happened, so I thought I'd share. So this was a few weeks ago. My parents had gone to bed, but I wanted to stay up late, so I settled into the living room to read. Our living room has these giant windows almost covering the entire wall. I left the blinds open and turned on one lamp and sat right by the window. My elderly dog, who had been let out already to go to the bathroom for the night and was back inside, started pacing all throughout the house and barking and wouldn't settle down. This is unlike her. She's super old, so she usually goes right to bed. And she knows not to bark in the house like that. We let her out again, and she walked right back in. We gave her some food, and still, for about an hour, she kept pacing and barking. She wasn't even barking at the windows or looking outside. She just paced up and down the halls and barked at nothing in particular. This kind of weirds me out, but I just shrugged it off. And then she finally settled down to sleep in my parents' bedroom. About 20 minutes later, I'm reading on the couch by the window with my cat when I hear my animal walking outside. I only hear it take a few steps. It sounded large, and I figured that it was probably a deer. My cat jumps up and acts super interested in what's outside, pacing up and down the windowsill and peering out there. Then after a few minutes, the screen of the window furthest from me across the room starts shaking violently, like something is shaking or banging on them very hard. Again, these windows span the whole wall. It startled me and I looked over. I couldn't make anything out in the dark to see what was outside, and then the shaking and banging grew even more violent. And the windows next to me started shaking too. My cat freaked out and ran out of the room. At this point, I was really scared, and I just did something that you'll probably think is kind of silly. I literally closed my eyes and threw the blanket over my head and waited for it to stop. The shaking and banging lasted for several more seconds. I remember being taken aback at how much force it seemed to have behind it. I just couldn't bring myself to look. I had an awful feeling, and I think if I looked and saw something horrible, it would really traumatize me. It finally stopped, and I stayed under the blanket for 2 entire hours before I could work up the nerve to get up and go to my bedroom. The next morning, after I wake up, I've calmed down a lot and figured it was probably some kind of animal. I went outside to go look at the window to see if I could find tracks or something and look at the screens, but what I found made my skin crawl. There was a single, long, diagonal slash in the window screen of the window that I was sitting right next to. If you're standing in front of where the slash is and looking inside, the slash aligns right over the spot I was sitting, no tracks. So that's creepy as fuck. And what's weird to me is that if it were an animal, why weren't there more slashes? Just one single deliberate slash is strange. There were absolutely no scratch marks or slashes anywhere else on the screens or around the windows, just that one. The other screens were just pretty loose now. If it was a bird, I would have heard wings flapping. I feel like I would have heard animal sounds if it were any other kind of animal. If it was a person, which is even scarier to me, I would think someone would just do something like this, would take it further, and probably would have done more to scare and intimidate than to just shake some windows and slash one and then leave just to scare me. Besides the shaking and banging, there was absolutely no other sounds. And since we live rurally, the chance that it was a person seems more unlikely. It freaks me the fuck out, but there's nothing I can really do about it, other than pop up the trail cairns. Other than put up trail cams. Nothing like this has ever happened to me the entire time I've lived here. A few nights before this happened, I actually started feeling some bad vibes from the woods at night. And to be honest, like I said, I'm normally very at ease with them. But I was out smoking a few nights before in my backyard and just felt like I was being watched. And something was making my skin crawl. And I had been avoiding going outside at night again. And then this happened. This experience really kind of freaked me out. But there's not much I can do except put up some cameras. My grandfather came back to say goodbye. Full disclosure, this happened about 11 years ago. I was 10 years old at the time, I think. But I still remember it. I'm not sure if I'll ever forget. My granddad had gotten cancer. I don't remember what kind it was, but I hadn't thought anything of it when it first started. I assumed he was just getting old. He was in his mid-50s at that time. It was winter break, and my brothers and I were staying at a family friend's house. She and her husband had been friends with my grandparents since before I was born, and they lived about 100 feet away. That night, I had a dream. It was cloudy, I believe, or was it fog? Either way, it was overcast, and my grandfather's white Chevy Silverado was parked out on the street by his and my grandma's house. He was sitting on the toolbox installed on the trunk. I don't remember his exact words, but he said he loved me and he wanted to say goodbye before he left. I was pretty close to my granddad and I was confused. I didn't understand what he was going on about, but I woke up. I didn't understand where he was going either. When I did wake up, my parents were there. I was confused because they usually waited to be called before coming to get my brother and I. They sat us down and explained that our granddad passed away peacefully in his sleep last night. I was really upset, asked my brothers if they had any dreams about him last night. They both said yes, and recounted the exact same dream that I had had. I realized that he had come to say goodbye before leaving. I'm not sure if he visited my grandma as well, but I am sure that he would have let her know that he loved her. Maybe 3 or 5 years ago, I asked my brothers if they remembered this, but they said no. But I know it was real. I was raised Christian, and I know the Lord let him say goodbye to us one last time. I've been keeping that inside for the past 11 years. But I'm not imagining things. My wife has been visiting me. My wife and I were married for 28 years before she passed away 14 months ago. She died of a heart attack, and it was very quick. My 3 teenage children lost their mother, and I lost my best friend. I was in a deep state of shock and grief for the first 6 months. I had a few dreams about her that felt very real. We would have conversations in these dreams, and I just assumed that this was my subconscious dealing with the grief and finding some closure. Then on Valentine's Day, I went to bed. I pulled the sheet over my head, and just as I was falling asleep, someone slaps me in the face 3 times and lays down on top of me. I sit up and it's my wife. And I'm definitely scared, but happy and excited and confused at the same time. I say, "Laura?" And she answers me saying, "Yes, it's me, and I love you." I couldn't see her face because she had her head turned away from me, and I asked her to look at me, and she told me that she couldn't. I just held her, and after a little while, she faded away. The next morning, I called my daughter, and I told her what happened. I told her that her mom had visited me last night. She said that, yeah, Mom visits me in my dreams occasionally. I told her no, she was here with me in person, in the bed with me. My daughter just said, "Oh, that's sweet." After about 3 weeks, I had come to the conclusion that I had just hallucinated the whole thing. I know how powerful the mind is, and some very strange things happen when you're dealing with grief. I moved into a new home in March, and one night I was in the living room, and it was cold in the house, maybe 55 degrees. I was getting ready to go to bed when I noticed that I could see my breath. Because even though it was cold, it certainly wasn't that cold. I laid down in bed, and right before I fell asleep, I felt my dog climb into the bed and scoot up against my back. I was laying on my side, and I thought it was weird because my dog doesn't normally get in bed with me. I was looking at the bedroom door into the living room when I see my dog walk by. So of course I freak out and roll over quickly, and there she is, my wife again. Only this time I can see her face and it's completely black. I mean, like black as midnight. I tell her I love her. She says I love you. And I ask about her skin. And she says apparently that's something that happens where she's at. We have a very long conversation. She tells me that she's made some friends and it's okay where she's at. She also says it's very cold. She tells me that she's with me. She's going to stay with me. And after a while, she fades away. This has happened probably 10 more times since March. We've had sex a couple of times, but mostly we just hold each other and talk. More often than not, I keep a sheet between us. I normally sleep with a sheet above me, and she normally smacks me on the face 2 or 3 times to get my attention. This is very real, and I'm just relaying something new that's happening in my life that I think most people in the subreddit might be interested in. I know I was, as the narrator. A ghost waited until I had laryngitis to attack. TLDR at the bottom. Obligatory, this happened in 2017. FYI, my room is in the basement and had a hopper window with a street light outside, so my room wasn't pitch black but very lightly illuminated. Still too dark to make features out from across a room with the lights off, though. I, a 25-year-old female, was laying in bed facing the wall, and my bed was pushed against, and it felt like someone was over near my closet across the room looking at me. My back was to the closet, but I could just feel it, so I turned around and got my phone flashlight. Nothing was there. Okay. I went back to sleep. A few days go by, and I feel like somebody's looking at me again. My back is to my closet again. I'm facing the wall. This time they feel closer, like in the middle of my room between the closet and my bed. I grab my phone flashlight and look. Nothing. Back to sleep. Facing my room this time because I swear I've been feeling something looking at me and getting closer and closer every few days. I was starting to get terrified. So like a week goes by, and I feel it getting closer and closer, but I see nothing every time. Eventually, my back is to my room again, and I feel like it's standing right at the side of my bed, standing over me. I turned around quick, no flashlight, looked up and saw nothing, but it felt like it was there, staring at me. I grabbed my phone flashlight without looking away or blinking. Nothing. I go back to sleep eventually. A few more days go by and I'm sick, laryngitis, no voice, the whole nine. My friend, a 25-year-old male, lived with me and my parents at this time. This was like 5 years ago. He was upstairs because I lived in the basement and his room was upstairs. My back is to my room. I feel it staring again, except it feels far away, like back at my closet across the room. I have no voice, remember this. I look at my closet in the dark and stare while reaching for my phone. I'm scared and it feels different this time. Angry. I don't blink or take my eyes off of the closet. I see a black outline of what looks like a woman in a long dress, like 1800s style. Maybe my imagination. I finally get my flashlight on. Before I can point it at my closet, it comes rushing towards me, still all black. Not walking, just gliding directly towards me, very swift. I scream, no voice. It doesn't touch me as it goes away from the phone's flashlight as it lit up the room. I scream and crawl to the end of my bed and flick the light on again. I'm screaming my friend's name, help! But no voice. I call his phone. He's upstairs and I can barely make words because the no voice thing. And I whisper, come help. He comes and I'm hyperventilating in my bed, holding my knees, staring at the closet. I tell him whispering what happened and how I felt it building up for weeks. But ghosts terrify me. And I didn't want to give it energy by entertaining it or telling anyone. Takes me upstairs and I sleep on the couch, and he sleeps in the armchair. I sleep in the living room for a few nights. He eventually tells me that when he falls asleep on the couch, sometimes he hears someone walk back and forth in the kitchen and stop on the ledge where the kitchen goes into the living room. But he doesn't ever see anything. Nothing ever happened to me again, and I never saw or felt anything again since then. A house ruined my 2 years of life. I moved into this house in July of 2016, and it was just my father and I. It was a nice 3-bedroom house in a nice, well-kept neighborhood on the outskirts of town. When I first visited the house for a viewing, it was like a dream, and it was the only house that we had seen that really stood out to us. We eventually ended up choosing it because of how much we loved it. There were no negative feelings, no feelings of sickness, nothing. But as soon as we moved in, things started to change in ways that we couldn't really understand. Doors would close on their own. Lights would shut off or on after you've left a room. The unmistakable sound of someone in the garage and back porch, and just an overall sense of unease. The house always felt like it held heavy air, and that sense of ease never lifted. Even when I had friends over, nothing ever seemed to help. At night, it felt like you were being watched from the corners of the room, and the only room I felt safe in at any point was my room. But I often sort of cleansed it and burned incense frequently to keep up with ritualistically. That seemed to help a lot, but keeping that room energy free. The first instance I can remember so vividly, it still shakes me to my core. It was during my first month of living there. I had been sleeping on the couch in the living room because there was just something about my bedroom that kept me from sleeping. And the only place I felt comfortable enough to sleep had been the living room. I remember falling asleep around 10 p.m. and had a very, very strange dream, from which I woke up from another dream that still makes me horribly anxious to think about. I had woken up and slowly started to sit up. I was in my living room where I had fallen asleep, but my body felt very heavy, and it felt physically like I was laying down on my couch, but I was very much sitting up. It was still dark out, and started to look for my phone, when a figure down the hall by my dad's door caught my attention. It was a very tall and dark figure standing there. It was darker than the hall around it, and it felt downright aggressive, like I had done something personally to offend it. But before I could even move, it was charging at me. I felt the floor shake and heard the sound of rustling fabric and very deep labored breathing, which only stopped as I shot awake, sitting up from the couch. Nothing was out of place. The only thing that had hinted something having been there was my cat, who had his back hunched and was hissing toward the hallway. Luckily, it was roughly 7 a.m., and the sun started to rise. I didn't move from my spot till the entire room was covered in the light of the sun. When my dad lost his job was when I was about 18 and we had to sell the house. Things started to stir when everything started to be moved out of the house. Due to my dad having to get a job in the city, he was going to move in with his friend, who lived not far from said city. He was going to help me get an apartment when I turned 18, since we were likely going to sell the house after my birthday. Well, that left me alone in the house by myself after my dad moved out, only coming down on weekends to take me into town to get food as I couldn't drive at the time. During this time, I moved my bed into the now empty living room because my room began to feel so unsafe and heavy. At this point, I was cleansing my room and house every day, but it never made it feel any better. The only place I felt I could be safe and watch over the house was in the living room, so that's where I stayed. When I would turn off the lights to go to bed, I would hear footsteps walking up and down the hall, never approaching the living room. And eventually they would stop, but not before they would start to speed walk toward the living room and just stop a few feet shy of the living room. Sometimes I would hear knocking in the kitchen when the cats would be laying with me, and the dog would already be with my dad. They'd be a knock here, and then almost rhythmic for a few seconds, and then stop. Every night I experienced terrible night terrors that I couldn't wake up from, where a man with an unidentifiable face would be screaming somewhere in the house, and would wake me up and then would come storming out into the living room. At this point, he would point at me and continue yelling before stomping up to me as I scrambled to get away. He got on top of me and started strangling me. And as he did this, His face would distort into this terrifying face I can't even begin to describe while the house would begin to set ablaze. This happened every night until I moved out. Some smaller instances where I was living there. The sound of a man yelling and screaming in the garage, throwing tools around, and very loud music. But when you'd go to check out, you'd just be met with a dark, dead, silent, and untouched garage. Couldn't have been from my neighbors either. We lived in a cul-de-sac. My neighbors were placed just far enough that you could barely see their front door. From the street, my house and the other house were one of the only houses that you really can see the front door, while the street and all the other houses are the ones that you could hear. And our neighbors were always quiet besides when their family and friends would come over. I would constantly wake up with bruises all over my body, but they often looked like fingers. There was usually 2 or 3 in the same place, and would often sort of take time in the mirror to see the bruises that weren't actually there on my face, my neck, and my torso, and had people point out bruises that would be gone in minutes, if not seconds. My grandmother left me flowers after her death. First off, I was very close to my grandmother. I was her first grandchild, and we had the most amazing bond. Now, as a 27-year-old man, I still occasionally feel this happy urge to go and visit her, even though she's been gone for years. She taught me a lot of things, including gardening, which was one of her favorite things to do. We used to garden together, which later made me buy my own allotment to grow vegetables and flowers. So I had owned said allotment for a couple of weeks when my grandmother came to visit me. She was so proud with what I had done to the place, and then she told me that she had cancer, and that she probably wouldn't survive long enough to see all the flowers in the garden blossom. Broke my heart. Within weeks, she was in intensive care. When I visited her in hospice, just hours before she died, she was in a coma, and I begged her to let go, which she did. My family owns a house just by a fjord, a river. My grandparents also used to have a house there, so my grandmother had just wished to have her ashes spread over the water so she would still be close to us. I'd picked her favorite flowers from my allotment as my last gift to her. I put the flowers in the water as well as a sip of beer, which she also enjoyed. 2 weeks later, I get a call from my mom. She just wanted me to know that 3 yellow flowers had appeared on their private pier overnight. The flowers are not indigenous to my country and actually quite rare to come across. They were just as fresh as if they had been cut. Needless to say, we were all shocked, mostly because only my mom and me knew those yellow flowers were a favorite. My dad and brothers would have never thought of it, let alone pulled a prank on us. As a reminder, I have one of those flowers tattooed on my arm. The new house I built on my allotment bears her name, and every spring I plant dozens of these bulbs in her memory. It could all mean a prank, but in my heart, I know it wasn't. She just wanted to let me know that she was still around. Something followed me from a psychiatric hospital. So I've been back and forth on whether or not to tell this story, mostly because it involves some aspects of my working life that I'm not at liberty to discuss, but also because I had a severe personal implication for me. Anyway, I've decided to share it here, and I hope you understand why these things I I simply can't go into detail about. This all started in December of 2020. As a part of my education, I was scheduled for a 6-month internship at a psychiatric hospital. I had previous experience with working with this type of patient, so I was really excited about it. I switched around 4 different wards in the hospital, so I treated a lot of different people with a lot of different problems. I was curious about all the different aspects, so I never said no to any task, which meant I came across everything from murderers, pedophiles, to suicidal teenagers with personality disorders. In my work life, I've had people spit at me, verbally and physically assault me, throw shit at me, and all that stuff. So I'd like to think I'm a pretty tough guy. Besides that, I always carried a personal assault alarm. One press of a button, staff from every ward would be there in a matter of seconds. On one of the wards, I quickly noticed that there was a certain room which was monitored 24/7 by a guard. To be clear, this is a pretty normal procedure, either because the patient is physically abusive, suicidal, or restrained. But most patients get the watch pulled off of them relatively quickly. I asked a colleague and she told me that it was a female patient, let's just call her Anne, who's extremely aggressive and psychotic beyond belief. At that point, Anne had been restrained to her bed for 3 months. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. We have a really strict procedure when it comes to restraining people with belts. By the way, they're soft belts made of fabric, not leather. So restraining the patient really is absolutely last resort that we go to. I asked the chief psychiatrist, what was up with this girl? And he just scuffed and said, if only I knew, but honestly, she defies logic. He told me that at first, they thought that she was psychotic, but her symptoms only got worse, no matter how much different medication they tried. Then they thought she might have suffered a trauma and was in a dissociative state, but that still didn't fit the profile of her symptoms. She had gone from being a perfectly normal woman in her 20s to being violent, extremely aggressive, and unable to speak in just 4 months. That is practically unheard of, especially as no drugs were involved. We regularly take a toxicology check of all patients and always when they're admitted. One day my alarm went off. They're all connected, so I know where I need to go to run to help my colleagues. I immediately knew it had to be Anne, and I was right. She had only had her legs and torso fixated. Again, normal procedure if the patient otherwise is relatively calm. She had defecated in her hand and thrown it at the guard watching her. She then proceeded to bite her fingers so hard that 3 or 4, can't remember the exact number, had really bad fractures. Both her hands were a bloody mess, and she needed like 50 stitches afterwards. It wasn't the blood or the fact that she would throw her own shit at us. I had seen that loads of times, but the screams this woman made. It was the most primal, guttural, and terrifying sound I've ever heard. It scared me shitless. The best way I can describe it is something like a bear growling and a mountain lion hissing and spitting all at the same time. I've seen my fair share of people in primal distress, but I could have never imagined that a person could make a sound like that. As an intern, I'm in no way allowed to use force, so I was just watching as 7 of my colleagues tried to fixate her to her bed. They had serious trouble pinning her down. Remind you that these are really experienced people. At last, we called a medicinal alarm, which immediately calls for a chief psychiatrist to make decisions. He decided to forcefully medicate her. They gave her 1 and then a 2nd shot. Only seemed to piss her off, even though it should have put a bear to sleep. At the 3rd injection, she calmed enough to where they could restrain her. She never nodded off. She just breathed heavily and kept staring up at the same corner of the room, sometimes smirking at something only she could see. Fast forward 2 weeks. I was back at the ward. It was relatively calm and on the weekend, so there really wasn't much to do. Anne was in one of their good periods, so she had had her restraints removed. A guard was always by her, though. I was sitting in the office when suddenly I see Anne walking in the hallway without the guard. I don't know if he had taken a bathroom break or whatever, but he wasn't around. So I caught up with her. I asked her what she was doing in the hallway alone, but of course she didn't respond. I should mention that many of my colleagues were afraid of Anne, and rightfully so, even though everyone is aware that it's the illness and not the person attacking you, but when it keeps happening, that patient does catch some stigma. I, for one, always try to look at the person and not the illness. So I asked where we were going. She took me by the arm and led me to the common area. She went over to a book cabinet, turned and looked at me and muttered, "Read book." I was completely taken back by the fact that she was speaking. She pulled out a random book and handed it to me. Then she sat down on the floor and started rocking back and forth. I joined her on the floor and started reading the book. It was just some random old book, probably from a charity, and it had no special meaning. But as I read, she came closer and closer to me. Then she cuddled up on me, put her head on my lap, and fell asleep. One of my colleagues came by and she looked absolutely shocked. And before I knew it, 5 or 6 people, including the chief psychiatrist, was looking at me reading this random book out to her. I caught a lot of praise for this, which is actually nice. But then things took a turn for the worst, at least for me. It started one night when I was home alone. It was a completely normal night for me, until I heard something from upstairs coming down the stairs. The best way to describe it is like a big dog thrashing and tumbling down the stairs. You know, like when a dog rushes down the stairs to greet you. But this was bigger, much bigger. I could hear the weight of something tumbling down while nails or claws or whatever slid on the steps. I got up thinking that somehow there was a massive animal in my house. But there was nothing there. That scared the ever-living shit out of me. I had never had anything like that happen to me. I left the house and stayed the night with my parents. But I also had strange effects on my body. Like I had a filter over my eyes or something. Everything started to seem out of focus, like tunnel vision, but with a massive blur added to it. And then I started to disassociate. Had this feeling of being totally cut off from the contact of my body. Then came the panic attacks. My girlfriend called an ambulance one of the times because I was on the verge of a heart attack. The paramedic said I had a heart rate of 240. I've had no prior problems with my psyche, but I figure it was stress. I have suffered from sleep paralysis before, but never with hallucinations, or whatever you want to call it. But that started recently. I see a large black mass with long arms and legs sit in the right corner of our bedroom, like a massive spider, but just with 4 legs. This is now happening on a nightly basis. A couple of days ago, I told my girlfriend about it, because she kept pestering me with questions about my nightmares. She said, "That's funny. Every time you're about to go to sleep, you look up in that corner and you just sort of smirk." That reminded me of Anne. And now I'm absolutely terrified that I might have brought something home. Believe it or not, that's up to you. I've never treated a patient like Anne, and none of my colleagues had either. It was scary stuff. and I've never suffered from any psychological problems before, never. But something's going on, I'm sure of it. It feels like it wants to get back at me or something, I don't know. And by the way, Anne is much better today. She's in a rehabilitation home where she thrives. One day she might even be able to have a normal life. A bizarre taxi home. We were in Belfast, North Ireland, and it was around 4:30. A group of friends and I had just left a party, and while they were all very much not sober, I'm straight edge, and I can recall this clearly. We tried calling for a taxi. However, there was an awkward number of us, so we couldn't get into one and have it carry all of us. So we decided to tramp home. It was about a 35-minute walk, so not that far. However, it had been a big session, and we were all pretty done, just moaned about not having a ride when a random old-fashioned black taxi, think like a London cab, pulled up alongside of us. These taxis usually hold 5 to 6 passengers max in the back section, but this had 9 seats, 1 for each of us. The door opened by itself, and everyone climbed in without even saying a word. It proceeded to drive us to our destination. I didn't think anything of it at the time, but we all spent the whole ride in silence. The cab smelled so bad that I didn't even want to breathe, and the interior was old and very dirty, with the floor even having a few small holes. Looking into the driver's cab, the driver was a very old man, looked to be 70 years old maybe, wearing an old tattered suit with an old newsboy cap on his head. But weirder still, a man in his late 20s was sat in his passenger seat, wearing ripped and dirty sweatpants and a dirty jumpsuit with stains all over it. Neither of these guys spoke the entire trip to each other or to any of us. It was just silence the whole way. Not even the radio was on. When we arrived at our destination, I herded my intoxicated group of friends out of the taxi, but when I turned to pay the fare, the taxi was gone and the road was completely clear in both directions. We all got into my friend's house and nobody spoke a word of what happened until the next day when the most wasted of the group told us about the trip that he had the night before. I'm not sure what the hell happened that night. All I know is that we were a group of Catholics in a Protestant part of town, and getting into a random car was the dumbest shit I've ever done. Somehow, even though it stank, it was clearly wrong in every way. It felt like it was exactly what I should have done at the time. Negative entity taking the form of my father. For some backstory, I was very interested in the paranormal from a young age. My father and my brothers told me of an encounter that they had while staying at a hotel in London, and that was enough for me to believe in something being out there. When I was in middle school, I was allowed to have sleepovers at my best friend's home, and she warned me about the hauntings that she experienced overnight. I saw shadow figures, watched doors open, heard footsteps, and many more things at that house. I have a very distinct memory of sleeping over one night, waking up at exactly 3 a.m., watching the bedroom door open, and feeling something coming toward me. I doubt this is related to the encounter I'm about to explain, but I'm including in case anybody may think it's due to the severity of the experiences that I'd had in that house. After having experienced those things, I woke up one night at 3 a.m. in my own home, rolled over in my bed, and saw a very clear figure of a man looking out my bedroom window. It looked to me just like my dad, who was still very much alive and was sleeping down the hall. So I said out loud, "Dad, what are you doing?" The figure turned to look at me, in which I was able to see it. It did in fact look exactly like my father. However, I knew it was not him. It looked back at the window. So I closed my eyes for a minute, and when I opened them, the figure was gone. I know I wasn't dreaming, because when I opened my eyes, I also dropped my iPod on the ground. And when I woke up the next morning, it was on the ground in the exact position I dropped it. Also, to be sure, I asked my father if he came to check on me during the night, and he assured me that he did not. Really, what I'm getting at here is, I'm wondering if anybody has an idea of what type of spirit or entity would appear this way. I've read about negative spirits appearing as people you know, or somebody that looks less threatening. And I'm even thinking that maybe something followed me home from my friend's home. I lived in that house for another 10 years or so and never had another encounter there. I'd love to hear what anybody else thinks about this. Are you seeing what I'm seeing? Before we moved out together, I would stay at his place until around 1 a.m., and I would park my car sideways at the very top of the gravel driveway, making a T. In the gravel driveway, there were always 2 cars parked, and the one closest to my car would be one that his brother had been working on for a while and didn't drive. Anyways, one night I was about to head to my car, and usually I don't mind walking up there alone, but that night, my fiance said that he wanted to walk with me because it was a pretty night. While we were passing his brother's car on his left, we heard a little bang. Don't exactly know what it could have been. We both looked over, and I immediately saw what looked to be someone ducked behind the car, with its head just a little bit up where we could see his eyes looking at us. With it being dark, I was questioning if I was seeing what I thought. So I looked over at my fiancé and saw him staring in that direction as well. He apparently thought that maybe it was his neighbor, which was our age, and we knew him pretty well. Just maybe he was messing with us, so we called out his name. Right as he did, the head ducked out of sight. My fiancé, knowing I had to get home and us both being confused, put me behind him and walked to the driver's side of my car, which is on the other side of his brother's car, where we saw the person. We were both expecting someone to be there, but once we got to that side, no one was there. We were both so confused, like we should have heard the gravel if they moved. Where could they have moved? The car was too low to the ground to get under it. There wasn't anything else nearby for them to hide behind. And again, how did we not hear the gravel move if they moved? Obviously, it could have been someone just trying to steal tools out of his brother's car, but all of it was still weird. We couldn't explain how it just disappeared. Anyways, he never let me walk up to the driveway at night by myself after that. It didn't have a mouth. This happened in September of 2020 in Aiken, South Carolina. I didn't grow up there, and we only ever lived there for about 6 months, so I'm not too familiar with the area. Some of these details are pretty boring, but I think it helps explain the setting and the situation better, so I'm going to give them regardless. My fiancé, G, had reconnected with an old family friend from high school, B, and we decided to rent his basement, which was renovated into a separate apartment while we looked for a place of our own. The house is not in a neighborhood, it's pretty rural in the area, in my opinion. We kind of had neighbors, but each house had several acres of land separating them. B had 2 large adult dogs, probably 55 to 65 pounds, and our dog was a little smaller than them at the time. The dogs would run around and play in the woods at the edge of the backyard. Everything was good for the first few weeks. Then, at night, we started feeling very unnerved if we had to go outside. I know it sounds so cliché, but it felt like something was standing in the woods staring at us. If we went somewhere after dark, we would do a speed walk, almost run from where we parked out in front all the way around the side of the house to the backyard, which is where our entrance was. Then we started hearing it, quote unquote. As I mentioned earlier, the dogs ran and played in the woods, so we were very aware of what it sounded like when a 60-pound creature was rambling around in the woods. This was much larger, so much bigger. It wasn't just the three of us hyping each other up to be scared either. Anyone that came to hang out, there was a pool in the backyard, so we had a fair amount of visitors, would hear it, and no one ever stayed outside after sunset. We thought it was a bear, to be honest, because whatever was making the noise was huge, much larger than a person, so a bear is the only thing that really fits in our minds. A few months go by, and we find our own place, and we were in the process of moving out when this occurred. My fiancé was up at the car, arranging the boxes so that we could maximize the space that we had available. I had just carried a box up to him and was walking back around the side of the house, from the front to the backyard, and it was sloped downhill a little bit. As I was walking down to go around from the side and back up to the house, I saw it, staring dead at me, straight into my eyes. Pretty sure my heart stopped beating for a few seconds. I completely froze up. Some instinct inside of me made me begin walking again. I felt like I shouldn't run, but try to act normal and get my ass inside. As soon as I got inside, I shut and locked the door, but immediately had to unlock it to open it back up because I couldn't lock my fiancé outside with this thing. I immediately started seeing these gruesome, gory pictures in my head. Pictures of me and my fiancé, beheaded, completely mangled and broken, laying on the floor of our apartment with everything that was left in the apartment smashed on the ground around us. Then right after that, something like, "No, that's not what it will do. My fear of the unknown is making me unreasonable. If I let it in, it won't be like that." I kept having the weirdest urge to basically invite it in, which is absurd because the door was cracked open. Honestly, even if it had been shut and deadbolted, if that thing wanted in, I'm pretty sure it would have gotten in. I was torn. I wanted to call out to my fiancé, but I didn't want to startle this thing by yelling. And I didn't want my fiancé to come rushing down the door and have that thing spring on him and attack him. Finally, I couldn't take it and I yanked the door open. I was planning on running to the car, but my fiancé was right there and he had seen the thing too, and he had been watching it watch us. The second it turned and disappeared into the woods, he rushed down to the door. This thing was super tall, super skinny, and a sickly shade of whitish gray that had brightly lit up glowing eyes. One very crazy detail, that I swear the eyes were a golden color. My fiancé swears that they were red. I don't understand any of this, but especially that part. The worst part of its appearance, however, was that it didn't have a mouth. Besides its bright eyes, the rest of its face was just skin. Tightly stretched, but perfectly smoothed out skin on its face. WTF. I have never in my life felt such a shock, like just a feeling in my heart that something was so wrong, as I did when I saw that thing looking into my eyes with its smoothed out skin where it should have a mouth. How do you eat if you have no mouth? How do you stay alive if you can't eat? Sometimes I worry that I honestly had the chance to meet and interact with a completely different species, and I blew it by being judgmental and fearful. This thing wasn't like me, so I was deathly afraid of it. Did I have a reason to be afraid? If I had wanted to hurt us 100% positive it could have. My fiancé said that he could feel the evil radiating off of it, that I need to quit beating myself up because it did not have friendly intentions. I know that this sounds so totally and utterly fake that it's absurd. I wouldn't believe this if somebody else posted it. I'm just wondering if anyone else has ever seen anything like this. And if they have, maybe they can tell me what the fuck this thing is. For months after it happened, I wouldn't talk about it. Anytime my fiancé brought it up, I would shut the conversation down. I didn't want to even think about it, because I was scared that it would just feel me thinking of it somehow and would come back and find me again. We don't live near there anymore, and now that I know that there's an irrational fear anyways, I've never told anybody about it, and neither has my fiancé. I couldn't bear to spill my guts to someone I'm close to about the situation that was so intensely terrifying and borderline traumatic. I know that seems so drama queenish, but it's legit the most fearful experience of my life. And have them look in my eyes and not believe me? It would destroy my relationship with the person, and I don't want that to happen. I don't have many people that I'm close to, and I would just prefer to keep them. Thanks for reading, and if you have any ideas what this thing is, please let me know. ETA. I talked to my fiancé this morning regarding this whole experience. Usually he brings it up and I shut the conversation down immediately. This is the second real conversation, and in my opinion, more than a few sentences, that we've had about it. He told me that he didn't see red eyes, that they were a bright white light bulb. But to me, they weren't white. That makes more sense, though, than two completely different colors. We were in two different elevations and also different distances from it, so maybe the light was reflecting strangely, and maybe we just weren't paying too much attention at its eye color because we were trying to figure out what the hell we were looking at. Also, we were in North Augusta, SC. The road we lived off of was Old Icon Road. I guess that's why I mistakenly said it happened in Icon. Seance gone wrong. When I, a female, was 12 years old, my twin and I were super into ghosts and would watch ghost shows on TV all the time. One thing that we watched was a segment where they'd take a cup, turn it so it would bottom up. Everyone in the circle would put their finger on it. They called this a seance, and they'd ask yes or no questions, and if the cup moved, that it was supposed to mean yes. So obviously my siblings and I had to try this. One summer day while our parents were gone, my twin, a 12-year-old female, and my stepbrother, 10-year-old male, dragged the coffee table into our bedroom and closed the door. We had the cup, and we all put our pointer finger on the cup and started asking if anything was there. At first, we could tell stepbro was messing with us and trying to move it without us noticing, so we told him that he wasn't going to take it seriously to just leave. My twin and I stayed seated, and stepbro goes to leave, but right as his hand touches the door handle, the cup started moving in a clockwise fashion, sort of slowly. Of course, I'm not moving it. I ask my twin if she's moving it, and she says no and is looking a little bit worried. Stepbro is watching from the door, and the cup starts moving a bit faster. I take my finger off the cup and go towards stepbro, watching in horror as the cup continues to move faster and faster. Bless my twin, because she held on a bit longer, but eventually the cup was moving so fast her hand wouldn't stay on even if she had wanted it to be there. The three of us run screaming out of that room. The cup is still moving and no one's touching it anymore. I have no explanation for what happened. All of us ran screaming from that room, and the cup eventually ended up on the floor. Honestly, I have no idea how it flew off, because I was gone. Still one of the most bizarre things I've ever experienced. Is my home haunted? Alright, so this happened around 6 months ago or so. I live with my grandma, and sometimes she leaves days on end to visit her sister and leaves me home alone. Now this house is old, and we live in a forested area. Weird noises and all that fun stuff occur all the time. However, this was different. One of the days my grandmother was gone, I was awoken at 3 a.m. I know it was 3, and I know I was awake because I checked my phone to see the time. What woke me up was what I heard. It was my front door opening, which was odd to me because my grandma hates driving at night, but I still assumed that my grandma was home. I turned off my phone and rolled on my bed to face the bedroom door. I hear some creaks, and this is when shit gets weird. I don't know if I just fell asleep really quick or if this shit actually happened, but as I was looking at my door, with my head under the pillow, I saw what appeared to have been my door open with a hand dangling by my room light. I once again just assumed that this was my grandma and went back to sleep. In the morning I woke up, called for my grandma just to find out that she never came home. Now this is when I had a small freak out because I was awakened by my front door opening. Yeah, I locked all the doors. This was day 1. Day 2 of my grandma being gone was my small freak-out day. I double-checked everything. My front door was locked, my back door was locked. Everything was just the way I left it. My day went on normally. When nighttime hit, the entire time I just had this feeling I was being watched, observed. I closed the blinds to my house and essentially locked myself in my room. I was watching some Star Trek with my window open and heard branches and leaves crack outside. Living in a forested area, I assumed it was a deer or rabbit, so I gave it a quick glance, opened my bedroom blinds, a small amount, and well, it obviously was dark, but I saw nothing. Nothing that could have made a sound of branches breaking like that right out by my window. Nothing creepy happened that night, but I still felt uneasy. When my grandma finally comes home, everything went back to normal. No more uneasy feeling or feeling of being watched. However, now whenever she leaves for multiple days, it does come back.